Hello, gamers and viewers. We are here back into the Moba Indian Championship, and as we are into the end of this tournament, of course, we are gonna be into this third place match. It's a match between none other than Armageddon Esports and Blaze Squad on. Onto your picture here right now, as we can see. Armageddon Esports are having the first pick, and Blaze Squad are gonna be having that second pick. So we are gonna be having this best of three series. So both of these teams are ready and pumped up and so ready to get this game going. So without further ado, let's jump into this drafting phase. Okay, there we go. The Fanny being banned away. AE taking it away. Very understandable. Fanny always been in the meta as we speak. So right now. Okay, what do we see here? Because it is a Kalea. It's a debut ban. We do not want a Kalea to be present in any shape or form, in any role. But yeah, very understandable. And considering that the fact that she has been so flexible in how she is picked either into the XP or the room, it's like you have to ban it away. You do not want to give it to Armageddon Esports, but right now for Armageddon, they still have a chance to back up the heroes. That can be such a crazy meta. Possibly the Matilda, they can keep it for themselves, or maybe they can ban out the tanky frontliners. Tanky frontliners are what the bans are most and usually about. So as we speak, this is the tanky frontliner that we were talking about. So the Lucas gotta go. So no Lucas for the side of Team Blaze Squad. So this is getting interesting for both of these teams as of now, because as we speak, the tanky frontliners taken away, the bans are done, and we will be going into this ban coming out from Eratelium. What should he go for here? Interesting here. Maybe ban out some heroes that can be a potential goal laner. Okay, the Matilda. Okay, we've completely forgotten about the Matilda. So Matilda, yeah. Even with recent changes in the patch notes, also Matilda has been very, very consistent in how she's being played and opening up the chances for the draft, for the combination to be opening up as well. But right now, Bronze Boy, what will he pick? What will he go for here? The bands are up. Okay, maybe possibly a Jusen. Yeah, this is good and but still, yeah. Can he go for the Jusen, the bands, or maybe keep it for themselves?
Okay. Which side is Armageddon? Yeah, Armageddon is onto the blue, so they have already proceeded with the draft. And Debbie, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting, and we are back onto the third place apparently. And okay, Kalia actually, she is, if I'm not wrong, she is banned from the tournament scene for 2 weeks at least, and yeah, that's probably, if that's the case for Moba Hub as well, then that's definitely a waste of a ban, I would say, because you could have gone for something else, and they have decided to waste out a ban. It might be coming up quite some, it might be coming up some, it might be a bit costly for them, or it might not. It depends upon the execution for now, and looks like team Armageddon, they have done a decent drafting. The Lucas, the Fanny, as well as the Jushin, they are pretty decent bans, I would say. And the Harith also getting prioritized is quite valid because he is still dominant onto the gold lane.
Okay, yeah, this is crazy because many metals are opening up, and will they go for the Suyo? Ryota here, he can go for the Suyo too, but still, what are the choices? Will they go for the Granger or? Yeah, there are so many options. The Hayabusa is still up. Josie, Charlie Brown here can still play up the Hayabusa too. But then the first pick is where it's going to be important. You can't try to deny. You can try to pick it up as well. But still, the Badang getting into play with a slight nerve, with the swing too, with the distance of that first girl. I thought that the Badang wouldn't be as prioritized as it was before. But still, coming into play, and Bronze Boy is gonna be using that Badang. So maybe it's the XP or the room, we'll never know. But still, what will Blaze God pick here?
Okay, the Granger is getting back onto the scene, and One thing is Harith, they have bat out the Harith for the Granger maybe, but Irithel is still possible for the side of Team Armageddon Esports because Irithel with her burst damage can be quite of a counter for the Granger once she gets her core items, and Hylos he can be played as a flex pick either onto the EXP or onto the roam position. So Hylos is pretty valid pick, I would say. He will be able to tank a lot of damage, but onto the early game phases, he might struggle a bit. But onto the, when it comes to the initiation, Hylos has definitely the upper advantage.
Yeah, the speed wise as well, and the heal too. Yeah, very, very understandable. But still, this is where the problem comes in for the Badang here, right? You do not want to be locked into the lane with the high lows. You want to be rotating as much as possible, but still, there's a possibility for the flexing too. But right now, the picks are open up. Well, they can go for this. Ryota has been such a good Louis player, but still they have to prioritize their jungle first. Okay, Joy being prioritized much more than the Seal. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, there we go. Louis appearing. It's none other than Ryota is going to be using the Louis. So the macro factor, the macro advantage is definitely going to go into the hands of Armageddon Esports, but still chances are that Blaze Squad can pick out the hero that can basically be non-matter for the Louis here. What are the choices? What could they go for here? Okay, Hayabusa.
Okay, Hayabusa. Hayabusa, he got some nerfs as well,
Yeah.
if I'm correct. And Haya, he can be quite not that much of a dominant hero like he was before, but still he is quite a valid pick. But against the Louis, one thing I did notice about Armageddon Esports is they are quite comfortable with the Louis pick as well as those divergent plays. Their synergy is up to the point, and they do know how to utilize that Louis pick well. So it is going to be depending upon that execution and Louis. It depends upon the divergent plays coming up from her.
Yeah, this diversion play is gonna be the game decider, but still, I really like the Hayabusa play coming out from the side of Blaze Squad here because this is gonna be putting, Armageddon esports in the back foot into the early stages of this game. But still, we gotta see the bans are up and Irithel taken away. But could they go for another marksman ban here because Ito is yet to pick up his marksman and they can try to go for something very different too because Harriet gone, it is still gone. What are the choices? Will they still ban out the marksman? Highly unlikely. But there are choices, there are chances. Maybe the carry can be it, but yeah, the carry can be easily handled by the Hayabusa. Oh, but still they catch the
Oh, okay.
play. Interesting because they are just narrowing down the amount of golden domination that a Armageddon can pick here, but still the mage has to be here. Okay, Armageddon banning out the Vexana. Okay, these two teams, they are very decisive of their strategies.
Indeed, and two goal lane bans from the side
Yeah.
from the side of the red team as well. And against the Granger, I think Beatrix also work out pretty decently. But knowing it though, he is quite comfortable with the Moskov too. So we can be seeing the Moskov coming up from the side of Team Armageddon Esports. Even though Moskov is not that much of a priority pick, he is a situational pick, and if he is able to execute the Moskov well, then with those SOD plays as well as with those clutch plays, Ito can really be a game changer for the side of Team Armageddon.
This is great. But yeah, all right, what are the choices of the bands here? Okay, the picks. I mean, the Farsa are coming into play. Okay, Indians love the Farsa, right? Because every game that we have seen so far, the Farsa has always coming into play. Right now, oh, the only choice of a marksman available for Ito here has to be
Okay.
Moskov, right? And this is good, definitely. He's just put in a position where the Moskov is the only chance that he have. The Beatrix might be it, but still. No, even if he go for the Beatrix too, it's just that the ranges are quite similar, and there's a Farsa onto the other side. He's gonna be gunning you down. He's gonna be bombarding you with the damage, and the range is something that he cannot control. So maybe he's just trying to go for a faster mobility of a hero because definitely the Moskov is gonna be faster than the Beatrix. So interesting choice of a hero, but still the Khalid coming into play.
Definitely. And Moskov against the Granger, I would say it would be mastery over meta because Moscow is not that much prioritized, but still Moscow is still a good pick, I would suggest. And Team Armageddon Esports, they have decided to rely with the comfort more because the Luoyi and the Moscow, they are, quite comfortable with these kind of picks. And apparently, we are yet to see whether it is going to be that Badam onto the roam position, or maybe the Khalid onto the roam position. So both of these heroes being the flex pick, they have both of their choices right there.
Okay, still for the side of Blaze Squad. Yeah, it's still a flex for them to go for the Hylos, but what are the choices that they can go for the Tigreal here? It might have been good, but what?
Oh, okay.
Julian!
Okay.
Is this a Julian XP lane or something else that we are not aware? Okay, this is crazy. What are the chances that Julian will be the room? No, he's not gonna be the room, of course.
Julian
He's gonna be the
EXP?
XP. Okay.
Yeah, Julian
Oh,
EXP, I guess.
I'm
Definitely,
very
yeah.
What do you reckon? What are the chances that he's gonna be winning down the lane against a bronze
Oh,
boy here?
okay. Oh, that was quite confusing, but still, EXP Julian for the win. If it was a mid lane Julian, mid lane Julian also kind of works out, but still, onto the EXP side, it's more like of a rag pick. We don't see it often onto the tournament scene, so it would be quite something worth to watch, or maybe it might be a mistake, but we don't know. So this is going to be the third place game between Team Armageddon going up against Team Blaze Squad. So here we go onto the Land of Dawn, and I would like to ask you, Debbie, like which draft do you like it better?
Just because of Julian, I would say Armageddon, but still the Julian can work out. But we cannot forget Itami. We have our special guest today, into the casting desk. He was not here for the draft, but he is surely gonna be here now. The fan favorites. It's none other than Kronos. Hi, Kronos. You are welcome here.
Hey, thank you so much for having me here, Debbie and Itami, of course. And I can see that these two teams are set and ready to rock and roll. But of course, at the same time, taking a look at their draft and these beautiful skins that they have in store. I mean, you guys want to get a part of these skins, you can get that through diamonds. How do you get diamonds? Through the giveaway that we have on the channel. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned, because at the moment, Armageddon Esports definitely want to make their presence felt on the map.
Yeah, this is it because Ryota, this guy is amazing onto this ruin, and oh my goodness, what is that? A first kill onto the top side, Kronos.
Yeah, that's a first blood already given, and you can see that Julian as well being taken down. Vortex not having the greatest of starts in this game, 2-0 in the hands of Armageddon Esports, so definitely on the front foot, looking to take the advantage and convert that into turret structures. You can see bot side and top side both going ham, but of course, seems like Fiero also seems like to have some trouble. And at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, if they're having trouble, they can always request for a pause, and we want to make sure if they request for it, we give them the pause. Otherwise, we will not be able to, because we do not want to give any unfair advantage to any team, but only if requested upon. So at the moment, you can see that Armageddon Esports are dominating the game nonetheless.
Yeah, very early goal lead, 3k already under the hands of Ito here, under that Moscow, and this will be the first structure falling down under 2 minutes, Kronos. This is crazy because the first neutral objective is yet to be up, and they already secured one tower. And yeah, for we can, albeit it's just the grandeur, he's offline. So they have chances to ask for the pause, but still they are not, maybe. So Armageddon will keep on going.
Oh, Ryota, diversion play on the top side. They catch Vortex. I think he wants to go for the 1v1 play. Make that a 2v1. Vortex between a rock and a hard place gets caught in the fist break combo. Killing spree in the hands of course, Bronze Boy. And you know what? Bronze Boy seems like he doesn't want to get a bronze in this game.
Yeah, this is his kind, because he was like, I got gapped so much into the lane, maybe name myself bronze so that I will try to not be bronze anymore. But yeah, there we go. We have to restart just a little bit, so a little bit of troll Armageddon. Yeah, this is
I think
time.
definitely having issues on their side, right? You can see that very clearly. And at the moment, the restart, of course, is given or not. We'll only find out after we get a confirmation from production as well and the referees. And at the moment, Armageddon Esports definitely had a good draft. Blaze Squad were not so blazing, right? Felt like they were under the water and they were asking for others to please help me. It was too much rain, and I don't know what to say, but yeah. Well, it felt like that.
This has to be, and this is a little bit of a rebel from their side too. So, all right, so maybe we have to restart. They have to, mention what they are having issues on. So we have to be able to take care of them as well. It's dependent on the organization too. And still, yeah, we were talking about these Armageddon draft, right, Kronos? I have to mention that they were one of the best drafter, not execution wise, if we talk about draft in Manipur so far.
Yeah, I think the draft was definitely not bad, right? The draft was good. That they were looking to play for the outplay with a lot of mobility on their side as well. A lot of chain CC present, so definitely a good way to go about the game. And at the moment, feels like Blaze Squad might have a difficult time going against Armageddon Esports. And like you mentioned, if their draft has been so good so far, you can expect a lot more heat coming out of Armageddon rather than Blaze.
Yep, this is crazy because they have to pick out something different, right? I feel like the Julian pick was just a gimmick, or is it a gimmick, or is it a mistake that has to be something else? So they might try to change that into the draft, but yeah, we have to wait and see what they're going to be coming out with.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what they'll be coming out with because definitely we got to witness that, right? Because that's what we're all in for. That's what we're here for. A good final showdown. Third place match, of course, in the MOBA Indian Championship. And for those of you who are not subscribed yet, those of you not like the stream yet, like, subscribe. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be back after a short break soon enough.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the Moba Indian Championship as we are ending our tournaments. We have the third place match going on for today. This is gonna be a best of three series between Armageddon Esports and Blaze Squad. So as we can see right now, the draft will be up because yeah, do not mind the bans because we are gonna be picking out the best drafting here. It's gonna be dependent on what the picks is gonna be. It's same, but still just one last change. But yeah, we cannot forget our guest caster here. He's one of the not one, he's the best caster in India and a fan favorite as well. None other than Kronos. He's joining me today.
Hey, thank you so much for your kind words, Debbie. I'm humbled and I'm flattered, of course. Although I wouldn't say I'm the best just yet, there's still a long way to go, and always looking to get better. But you know what else they're looking to get better? Both these teams, Armageddon Esports versus Blaze Squad, they had everything locked down. I think the last pick is what they want to change. Only time will tell what's going on for that one. But of course, when we find and figure out the draft that's on board, it will be super great to get the game started.
Yeah, we are waiting for it, right? Because we don't know what last draft was gonna be, and it's kind of a mystery too because they have a high list for the side of Blaze Squad, and we weren't sure if he was going into the XP side or still the roaming position. So, what do you think will be a roamer or an XP laner?
Yeah, I think the high-lows definitely would be better if he was sitting a lot more in the EXP position in this case, just because of the fact that it's going to be difficult to go against the roaming Joy, but you would want to protect the Farsa, right? And especially going against the Lu Yi, you're going to eat up a lot of those dispersion rotation combo. And now, no, they went for the Belleric, which works. I like the Belleric just because of it provides a counter to the Moskov and also the Joy. So, hey, Blaze God, we're cooking.
Oh, this was the missing piece, right? They wanted this hero onto their last pick, and this is gonna be the answer for any kind of dive coming out from the side of Armageddon Esports. I almost always say alter ego though. Still, sorry for that, but yep, the drafts are set in, and both of the teams are ready because they wanna go in, try to put up their best because in this best of three series, you wanna have the first game advantage onto your hands. You do not want to give up because there are so less chances. So as we can see right now, a little bit of change in the spell, Kronos. Can you see it?
Yeah, I think the spells, of course, I'm not really sure about the execute on the Farsa, but of course, at the moment, seems like they're running with it. Want to make sure you get that lower HP Joy when she's close to you executed. So I see the reason why he went for it, but is it the best kind of pick in my opinion? I don't think so. So Botob at the moment will not be able to reposition, does not have a Purify if he gets caught in the Raging Sandstorm, and also the Fist Break combo. But definitely if a Joy is low in and around her, she'll be looking to, kind of use that to execute to finish him off.
Yeah, that has to be the only reason, right? But then again, as we focus on to the mid lane side, the clarity, the Wings by Wings just used to drone away JJ444 from the jungle. But still, as we speak, the goal lane matchup, the Moskov and the Granger has been a recent popularity, right, in their meta, but who's coming out on top? That has to be a question I always, ask. But still, I reckon that Granger might be having a better time to the early stage of this game.
Yeah, I think Granger definitely will have a better early game compared to the Moskov. The Moskov is usually picked just to have that outplay potential, but oh my goodness, you can see him going straight away. The dispersion rotation made sure you take down Botob, but first blood was in the hands of Blaze Squad, taking down JJ 444, of course, and that was really well played from Ryota.
Oh, a good start, but still another trait into the hands of Roamer falling down. But then again, the turtle, the first initial objective, will be up in less than 20 seconds, and both of these teams are gonna be trying to set up and The better setup may be for Armageddon, just because of the high mobility coming out from the Khalid, just roving around, surfing here and there, just trying to give out the vision, and still a good clearance coming out from Bronze Boy in comparison with a Vortex onto that Hylo. So level 4 is what they are going to be needing, but still not yet. But yeah, Bronze Boy in a position to try to go for a stun Eve, only Eve the side of Blaze Squad tries to look for a contest.
Yeah, I don't think Blaze Squad are looking to contest. Even EXP wasn't there present at that time. But you know what? They want to contest that gold lane. They want to poke down Ito as fast as possible with diversion play on towards Sama. Did not have a great time trying to clear his own jungle. That's the power of the diversion play, and you can see it right now. They go on towards Arat as well. A beautiful positioning coming out from both top to land that feathered airstrike. They catch JJ 444 between a rock and a hard place, but he has the quicksand guard to make sure he can survive and also regen his way back up. But in the meantime, Ito trying to find something in the mid lane of the map.
Yeah, that was a perfect choice of a spell that he had before. That was an onslaught that he was taking a lot of damage, but he had to flicker away to safety, and that flickered helped him quite a lot. But oh, look at the big break.
Oh, they go in for the combo, of course, forcing the flicker out from Erat. Helium as well is really good with the quad shadow going in. Ogi's shadow kill expended as well, but there's a nice diversion play onto the backside. Not the perfect one just yet, but they catch Vortex here with that Law and Order on towards Bronze Boy. Feathered airstrike is there, and right now you can see the Joy might want to go to the back line. Charlie Brown making sure that's not the right time, waiting for the right opportunity.
Oh, Ito might be caught here. Pharaoh getting the kill, so this is gonna be interesting to say the least, because right now, goal laners, as we speak, one kill onto Granger and one that's onto the Moscow, but it's highly likely that the Moscow is not going to be having the goal lead, and Granger, of course, he gets to have the double going, but look at the blue box side corners.
Yeah, you can see instantly the feathered airstrike. Boltop's positioning has been really good, but unfortunate for Sama, not able to pick up that purple buff for himself. Means that he will not have enough energy. But JJ over here trying to scout out the bushes. The Ratha Dryads coming through on towards Era as well. Ryota taken low for the Death Sonata, has to flicker out of harm's way. JJ 444 will fall down, and so will Ryota. That is 2 kills perfectly executed from the side of Blaze Squad, and now finding a way to pull back the advantage that was taken away by Armageddon Esports. They get this turtle, which is the second turtle of the game, and now slowly but surely trying to find an opening. As you can see, the feathered airstrike on towards Charlie Brown, but he had the retribution to secure that purple buff.
That was a good transition coming out from Blaze Squad still. Oh, Charlie Brown trying to look for something here. Yeah, this is just a Valeric. He cannot go in for more. So looking at the build so far, Charlie Brown secured out the Sterling side first, but he's still gonna be needing the Holy Crystal in order to hit that power spike into the mid game as well. But we have to focus, right? We have to focus on Boltop here. He's got the perfect position onto that far side, but oh, look at the top side.
On the top side, they want to go on towards them. Fist crack, fist break combo on towards Helium. He definitely is not having a good time. Ogi shadow kill, but they spread out the damage with the feather airstrike on point as well. Sama, fast fingers with the quad shadow. I thought he'd get somebody, but wasn't able to find an opening. But here, Vortex with the glorious pathway on towards Ryota. Got them low, but there's a lot of CC present, and I think he's trying to bite off more than he could chew. Will get taken down, and not just yet, but Fierro is there to spoil the party.
Yeah,
Get stuck with the Hylos, That was funny. He just got stuck with the Hylos for a second.
Yeah, it was a horror steal, and okay, where the party went on onto the top lane side. It was lonely for Ito here. He was onto the bot side alone, trying to secure the first neutral objective, as in the structure taken down onto the bot side. So that has to be the only compensation that he's finding, and maybe trying to catch up with the goal that he's been losing. But still, he's so far ahead, 600 goal behind onto the Granger against the Granger. So he's going to be needing all the farm, because this is a Moskov. He's definitely dependent on all to the equipments as well, and the late game is where he's going to be shining, and the Holy Trinity is definitely needed on his hands too. So all the Moskov need is the farm and the spacing, and the late game is what they have to focus on for Armageddon Esports.
Yeah, I think at the moment Armageddon Esports looking to get that Moskov up and running, but guess what? Who's running is Vortex with that glorious pathway. They catch them off guard. Ryota gets taken down, and now the next one on the chopper block, of course, Charlie Brown. He will go down as well. So that means an easy neutral objective scored for the side of Blaze Squad.
Falling like dominoes. Armageddon Esports, they aren't yet to find their footing because they have been so messy and all the team fights are going, but still the mid lane was tried to be taken down by Ito, but oh, look at that, SOD.
SOD did connect, but you can see Vortex right now creating enough space for his team, and I think Ryota really needs to start pulling off really good diversion plays with the help of JJ444 as well. He has a lot of early game presence, but if they're not able to utilize it right now, it will start falling off just because of the fact that this Farsa is starting to get online. The damage is going to hurt, and you can see right now they go for the diversion play on towards the top side. So using the utility of these ultimates really well, and Erat's Helium's positioning is absolutely impeccable, providing so much vision for the rest of his team that gives an opening for them to actually do something at this point.
Oh, there's a start of a fight.
Yeah, you can see he goes with the Wrath of the Dryads as well. They catch him with the Law and Order. Ito's the first one to fall, and next is JJ. They get a double kill in the hands of Fiero, 7-0-0. If he has a Sky Pierce, it's going to start hurting at this point. And while the team fight's going on, Sama was even able to get the bot side tower. Now they're sieging at the mid lane tier 1 turret with that feathered airstrike, beautifully positioned coming from Botob.
The kill pressure coming out from Blaze Squad. 60 stacks onto the Sky Piercer for Fiero here. This is gonna be so hard for Armageddon to handle because even if they try to go in for a fight, the frontliners are gonna be chucked down. The only way they can do and try to respond to those team fight is if the Raving Sandstorm has been landed perfectly onto Fiero. But on top of that, it has to be, it has to be both top onto that first that they should also focus on. So the team fights are not going to be won by Armageddon this time around because into the mid game, all the teams, all the players for the side of Blaze Squad has been farmed up, and they want to look for fights here and there because they know that they are going to be winning.
They are going to be winning unless Armageddon Esports have something to say about it, right? Because they're in position, and you can see Spear of Misery connected on towards Sama. Ito realized that the Ogi Shadow Kill could always take him down without the Wind of Nature being present for him. It could be a problem to try to get the Glorious Pathway, but the CC chain is just way too much. Vortex falls down. And now they look at this neutral objective, Sama, in prime position to try and steal it away. But Bronze Boy scouted him out. The Quad Shadow coming through. He's super low. He goes for the Yogi Shadow Kill on towards the Lord as well. We'll have to go back. Will not be able to get the Lord. Retribution secured by Charlie Brown, of course. And you can see the Raging Sandstorm to make sure they go back. And now Blaze Squad will have to run away. But beautifully timed feathered airstrike. Make sure that JJ will get taken down. So they get one, pay the price of two, and even sacrifice the Lord. Armageddon Esports, backs against the wall, are trying to get ahead. Electrifying beats into the back line. And so far, you can tell that Botob was not able to use that execute.
Oh, the execute, if he had the flicker there, he could have secured a lot more kills than he had right now. But still, a good zoning coming out from with a feather airstrike with that high ground clearance that he have on top of this with the Grandeur too. This is gonna be good if they had that discipline in how they are gonna go for how they were starting the fight here and there. But still, Armageddon, they are cutting back with that little bit of win that they had. Not a little bit because they secure out the Lord, so they're gonna be having an advantage in the structure wise as well because the turrets on the top side will be focused down and the mid might be into the focus.
Yeah, I think they gotta focus, right? They gotta find a way to get something going for themselves. Lord, of course, in the top side, marching through, making sure they can. It's a Luminous Lord. Let's not forget the new chains that the Lord has had would be a problem. But Ito right now able to flicker out of harm's way, catching Sama off guard, who already used the Ogi Shadow Kill. The Quad Shadows expended as well, and now they're after him. They're on the hunt, and you can see with that electrifying beats, they're able to pick up the kill. Really well played. Good presence of mind coming out from Ito, and now they are able to slowly start taking the map and make it more blue.
Goal lead as we speak is into the hands of Armageddon as of now because they were quite equal, but still the focus, they are eyeing that mid lane.
Definitely eyeing that mid lane indeed. You can see the feathered airstrike being expended already. Glorious Pathway is there at the moment to kind of zone them away, but good defense coming in from the side of Blaze Squad, but only delaying the inevitable at the moment after being down 3,000 in gold.
Yeah, this is a good response for Armageddon now, and I'm quite worried that for Blaze Squad, they shouldn't be throwing around as much as gold as possible, because for the side of Armageddon, they have Ito onto that marksman. That's late game heavy. That's late game composition is the Moscow, but oh, look at that, the duality being used.
Yeah, you can see they go in with the Wrath of the Dryads as well. Catching Bronze Boy, who goes in and tries to get the combo down. He gets the Fist Crack, of course, but at the same time, Raging Sandstorm into the back line. A shutdown on towards Fiera. They lose Botab as well. Unable to use that Execute at this point. They get the third. Vortex falls down. All standing strong from the side of Armageddon Esports before the Lord is up. So now they'll be looking to take away an inhibitor. No Wrath of the Dryads. No Ogi Shadow Kill to try and create that space or clear the waves out. As you can see, they zone him out from his own tower back to his own base. Sama, not sure what he was thinking, gets taken down. The minion waves are there. They could possibly end the game, and I think they're going for it at this point. Charlie Brown, with the help of JJ, Ryota just making sure Helium has to go back, and they get the base crystal. Take game number 1 in this third place finish.
Priorities are straight for Armageddon Esports. They know that the base is definitely what they have to focus on. They are not trying to look for a great amount of fights, and there we go, the play style played up because their patience was unhinged. But until the start, they were falling down in combos just a little bit because their team fights were quite messy. They weren't in the perfect position still, but yes, there was a perfect transition. They finally found back their footing, and they used all their heroes to their advantage, even with the frontline tanky heroes composition for the side of Blaze Squad. They were able to respond to it just because of the Louis pick for Ryota here.
Yeah, that Lu Yi gotta be banned out for the next game, if you ask me. Definitely making a lot of plays. It's not just the Lu Yi, it's a combination with that Khalid, right? The early game is so dominant with that. And then you have the finisher with Charlie Brown coming through with the joy, just dancing around them. And guess what? Hey, you didn't pick up the Purify, or you didn't even pick up the Flicker, so you cannot reposition yourself, Botab, and that's why it's a very good draft, and I understand what you mean by a good draft they had, Debbie, because this was a great game coming out from Armageddon Esports after losing out a little bit in the early game as well, losing their footing in the mid game. It was just kind of difficult for them to make it back for Blaze Squad. So well played, Armageddon, and I think for the next one, they definitely need to ban out that Louis.
Yeah, the Louis got to go. Blaze got, if they learned their lesson into the first game, yeah, ban out the Louis. But still, yes, we're gonna be chasing out and taking a break for the casters here and for the players too. So before we get into the second game, ladies and gentlemen, please wait for us because we are coming back in just a little while.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are, of course, watching the MOBA India Championship. And at the moment, game number one was taken away by Armageddon Esports. As you can see, Armageddon versus Blaze Squad. It is going to be the best of three in this third place match. Correct me if I'm wrong, but of course, at the moment, my name is Kronos. Joining me, the one and only Wanz, all the way making it here in the MOBA India Championship. How you doing, Wanz, today?
Doing great. Just been a little off for a few days, but here I am casting one of the GOAT casters, you yourself, Kronos, out there doing the things, that you're supposed to do. So really honored to be here with you tonight. This is like my first time casting with you, so I'm really excited.
Hey, I'm excited too. It's not just your first time casting with me, it's my first time casting with you. And of course, that only means it's going to be an exciting time, right, Wanz? Because right
Yeah.
now, if you take a look at the draft, let's talk about what both teams have in store. I see Debbie put that alter ego in my head just because their logo looks like that. It's Armageddon Esports have a good Lo Yi player, right? Ryota has been doing really well with the Lo Yi. Do you think Blaze Squad kind of need to ban it out?
Oh, well, we did see a lot of diversion plays with that Louis, so having that kind of a respect for that Louis would be quite viable here, because the Louis can be a little troublesome, with those surprise plays that she can pull off with that diversion. So having that respect band would always be a good, for Team Blaze here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good band that they have to go for. Just to respect it out, like you mentioned. Of course, taking out the Suyo on the side of Armageddon Esports means that they do not want to give any sort of a jungle prowess towards the other side. The Fanny being taken away. And now what can the other picks be? You still got the Zushin, you still got the Joy. The Joy was a problem in the hands of Charlie Brown. Do you really want to give that away? What do you think, Wanz?
Well, Charlie was really dominant with that Joy. The way he gapped the Hayabusa with that Joy was really devastating for Team Blaze here. So Team Blaze, they have to, consider that Joy as well. But then again, they have a lot of things to ban out. They do have the first pick, but they will be giving out two picks onto the side of Armageddon, right? If they do not ban away those meta heroes. We have seen that Blaze here, they're coming up with a lot of roam bans on the first phase of the drop. They already picked two roamers, which is Kalia and Matilda, as well as the Fanny. So they are prioritizing these annoying roamers as well as the Fanny, because obviously you do not want to go off against that Fanny. It is just way too hectic to deal with her. And with that, we see that even Armageddon, they're banning away the Sicilian, which can be a little troublesome in the late game. So yeah, the bans are looking pretty solid. But as you mentioned, the Joy on Charlie, it is going to be really, difficult for Team Blaze to counter for the Joy. If not, if they don't take a hero that can suppress her dash, like Kufra, or heroes that can pin down heroes like Joy instantly. So yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely you rightly said the Kufra, although not really in the current meta, it definitely is a counter to the Joy. But having secured that Granger with the high-lows, having a front line, front to back composition, trying to run them down with that glorious pathway, just drop down that racetrack, and then you got this horse trying to run a race. But the one who could probably stop them, of course, is this Badang being picked up. Should be slaughtered either in the EXP or roam position. Only time will tell. But at the same time, they still leave that Joy open. So I'm not really sure if that's the smartest way to approach this draft, just because of the fact that there are so many options open. Another good option would be, of course, looking at the gold lane. The Herod still being left open, paired up with the Badang, is going to be an absolute nuisance. You see the Herod being locked in, and probably a Joy as well, just because of the fact that the Joy will be picked up and might be choked out later on in the second phase of the draft. But going with the Farsa, the Farsa being picked up means that they have high ground. It definitely makes it difficult for the Farsa to play against the high-lows, but not impossible.
Yeah, it is going to be tricky to pull up a Farsa here, because they have shown their mid card here. And looking at Armageddon, they are, prioritizing the EXP for now. They've secured a Phobius on their side, which is a really good pick, I'd say, because it is definitely a counter for Harrod, because Harrod, with the Zaman Force and Chrono Dash, he will be dashing a lot. So that will highly benefit the Phoveus passive, right? It will allow him to fill up the passive, put those stacks, and trigger the Infernal Pursuit. So it is looking pretty solid from the side of Armageddon as well. And looking at the bans here, they are going for the counter ban for that Phoveus, because CC can actually dish out a lot of damage with that Yo-Yo Bliss and the Yo-Yo combined, and especially with the War Axe. So she will deal tons of burst and true damage there. So banning her away here, it's looking really good. But then again, our Megadon are also banning away that Gatot. I feel like they could have, not banned the Gatot, because here, if you look at the composition onto the side of Team Blaze, it is not, looking like they are going to go for the Gatot, because they have the Badang. They need a strong EXP here, a good front line. And talking about the front line, I see that Blaze here, they are showing a Lucas. Are they going to lock on that Lucas just yet? I'm not sure.
The Lucas is good, pairs up well. You have two fighters. You create enough space for the Farsa and the Hair to dance around, of course. But what I'm kind of looking at is that Gatot ban is there, yes, but also at the same time, wait a second, is that a Hanzo? Oh my goodness, we haven't seen a Hanzo in a long, long time. At least I have not. I was going to say Armageddon Esports are looking to pick up a Eve, but with this Hanzo being picked up, I don't think the Eve is the best pick, and they also go for the Carmilla. So definitely want to go all guns blazing in the team fight. They have enough frontline presence, but will this Hanzo work? Because it's a very risky pick. It's high risk, high reward. It works or does not. They go for a high ground mage nonetheless, with the Xavier being hovered upon. I think the Eve is what they wanted to go with, but Xavier is also a high ground mage. I'm not really sure about that skin. He looks quite weird once. Do you like that skin?
Yeah. Well, honestly, not my favorite skins, because of the concept and the color itself. It's really bright, with the pink.
Wait a second.
Wow.
The Faramis.
Did not see the Faramis coming.
Yeah,
but then
I
again,
didn't see it either.
But then looking at the composition that Armageddon they have here, it might work, because they have a lot of initiators. They have 3 front lines on their side, and they have the Grandeur that will be dishing out a lot of damage from the back. So having 3 front lines, that will be the bodyguard for that Grandeur, and having that extra HP that he will be provided, from his ultimate, from Faramis' ultimate there, it'll be really good for them. But then again, they will lack that burst and CC that they need from a mage here. So that is one drawback that they have with the Faramis pick.
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of drawbacks. I'm trying to look at the positives of this Faramis pick, because they do want to be full dive with what they have, with this Granger trying to dish damage out from afar. But will this Hanzo step up to the plate? Because that's the most important thing. Because, ladies and gentlemen, get ready, because we are getting ready to go into the Land of Dawn, of course. So we have Armageddon Esports on the red side. On the blue, we have Blaze Squad. It is game number 2 for the 3rd place finish, of course, in the Moba India Championship. My name is Kronos. Alongside me, Wands, you know the draft. Yeah. Which team do you think is going to come out on top?
Looking at the team Blaze, I'd say they have a lot of late game potential. They have the Harrod, as well as talking about the Henzo. Though I'm kind of skeptical, because he did receive a adjustment, where in the recent patch he consumes a lot more energy. But then again, if he manages to hit that 2nd skill, he can regain a lot of energy as well. So it's kind of, as you said, it's a high risk, high play reward for that Henzo to work out here. And looking at the composition that team Armageddon they have, it is going to be hard to pull off that Henzo, because they are way too tanky. Even the Alpha will be bursting down that Henzo spirit way too quickly with that Spear of Alpha, and that swing. So it is going to be really hard for the Henzo, to even get close to that Grandeur, because of the front lines that they have to protect the Grandeur, as well as, the Faramis there. It is going to be quite tricky to catch him as well.
Charlie Brown went in all guns blazing with a Spear of Alpha onto our D-Rat Helium. But at the same time on the bot side, you can see the Hanzo getting cornered at the moment with a 3-man gank at the bot side. They going through. Hylos is there, trying to get some damage down. First blood in the hands of Hylos. They take down the 2nd as well. So Blaze Squad, rather Armageddon Esports, find their way, find an advantage on the bot side. They were aggressive on the top side as well. So not looking good for Blaze Squad thus far.
Yeah, Blaze, they have a a late game. Oh, look at the bot there.
Ooh. I'm not sure. I don't know what they're thinking at this point, right? They have 3 people trying to conquer the bot side. You can see instantly they take down Sama as well. This is why the Hanzo is such a weak pick in the early game, especially before he hits the level 4 power spike, and then paired up with the Carmilla. You're asking and looking for troubles, because that's what happened at this point. They even secured the neutral objective with the mid lane being weak enough in the early game to expose this Hanzo. Sama definitely not having a great time.
Oh, well, they definitely are not having a great time with the Hanzo, because they're not managing to pull off that early game snowball that they need. And on the other side, Armageddon, they have those early game heroes as well as late heroes. So and the game will be probably tilted towards the side of Armageddon, because they have a lot of early potential. And here goes the Hanzo there.
Oh, at this point, they want to go in. Let's see what's going on. But at the same time, JJ's vision control is so good from Armageddon Esports. And Fiero's not really able to do anything, because the level 4 power spike that Ito needed is there on his hands. And with the Purify being present, no Vengeance or Flicker to reposition. He's having a rough time. As you can see, the Monforce has dropped down. A Glorious Path to cut off the pathing as well. He gets taken down. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Armageddon Esports recalling right in front of their face, trying to show off that Alpha Legend skin, of course. And if you need to get that skin, you need diamonds. You want to get diamonds, you got to be at the Moba India Championship, because there's a lot of giveaways going on. And let's not forget, you want to be a part of it, make sure you follow the instructions of the moderators. But of course, Wands, that was really well played from Armageddon Esports.
Well, Armageddon, they definitely have the higher grounds here. They have built a lot of pressure. And for Team Blaze to bounce back from this, it's going to be really hard, because if we look at the goal here, we see that Blaze here almost around, what, 3k, they are like 3k goal behind. And here, look at the top side, Chronos. A lot of poke coming in just from that Hylas and Fire Mist alone. They are, on the lead, and they are dishing out a lot of damage there.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage indeed. Ryota forced the flicker out, but the fist break combo coming through. You can see that the Glorious Pathway slowing them down, slowing down the progress of Armageddon. For Blaze Squad, oh, he goes in with a Kinjutsu, trying to dish out some damage, but guess what? To no avail, because Ryota is the first pick. They finally get in the game. Sama able to pick something up for himself, but guess what? Here comes the rest of the cavalry, trying to get them on the chopping block, but the Curse of Blood connects really well. No feathered airstrike to dish out the damage. The Monforce coming through, but still, Erat Helium was the first one to fall. Bronze Boy soaking up so much damage, and finally Botab unlocks the feathered airstrike, nukes down Bronze Boy, and takes him down.
Wow. I didn't expect, Team Blaze here to manage to even pull off kills, because Armageddon, on the other hand, they are so tanky, and they were falling off really hard in the early game, especially. It is the early game as well, but then again, look at that Farsa with that 150% movement speed, just flying around in front of the faces of Armageddon.
Yeah, I think at the moment, Armageddon Esports looking strong. The Farsa is the only way they can come back with any sort of damage, and of course the Hans are trying to do the same. But Sama not having a great early game means that they'll not be able to do much, repositioning himself Botab with a nice feathered airstrike. But guess what? The Glorious Pathway just running them down. At least the Zaman Force was dropped, but he can't really do anything. Fiero should be taken down instantly, and yes, he does. The Ghostbusters with the damage coming out from Ito is there as well. Sama going on towards him. He secures the kill. Finally, finding small win conditions, finding small opportunities that they can convert. But at the moment, with the way Armageddon Esports are conquering the map, it's looking difficult. It's looking bleak for the side of Blaze Squad.
Yeah, Blaze Squad. Oh my god, just look at the aggression coming off from the side of Armageddon.
Yeah, at the moment, they want to go on towards Vortex. No, they catch Sama between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to slide his way out of there, but where can you go? There's nowhere to run. He will get taken down. Easy for Ryota. 4-1 for on this Faramis. Zaman Force dropped down, but Fierro is being run over by a horse, by a centaur. This Hylo's being a problem. A Vortex can't stop it either. Law in order to hold him in place. Infernal Pursuit secures the double. And Ito making moves around the map, making sure that, hey, while the fight is going on, I know what's the most important thing is these turret structures, and finds himself some free real estate.
Wow, the moment, Blaze here, they're looking for openings. Oh my god, just look at the Henzo. He can't even do anything. He just goes in with the spirit, and he is just unable to even sustain what's going on there. Oh.
Yeah, at this moment, the Amino Habakiri doesn't look like as strong as it used to be. With the Feathered Airstrike to clear the wave. And a lot of poke coming through. I think the Death Sonata goes in as well. They get the Curse of Blood into the back line, but here comes Sama with that Kinjutsu combo. But guess what? They have, of course, that Nether Realm to help them survive. And now there's no possible way for Blaze Squad to have an opening, and they'll be choked out of their own jungle.
Oh, look at the bot. Oh my god.
Yeah, fist break combo coming through, but guess what? Charlie Brown just flexing that new skin, goes in with the Spear of Alpha, takes him down, and Ryota right now, caught between a rock and a hard place, finally falls in the hands of course, Sama. He picks it up twice now, 3-3-0. Not a great KDA, but of course, they don't even have any sort of map control. 9k down and goal lead. And you can see how much of a problem this Alpha, this early game Hylos has been against this Hanzo.
Well, they have definitely built the momentum right off the early game here. Oh.
Goodness, they built that momentum. But the Curse of Blood did connect. Zaman Force is going. Charlie Brown almost went down for Ryota's Netherrealm, making sure it is completely nullified. Ito was there to try and save the day, but guess what? JJ wants to run them down, and now Botab will be burst down with that Death Sonata. Ryota is there just waiting for him to go back, and you can see he's trying to pull him back with the Ghostbuster as well. No, he does not, and seems like Armageddon Esports have the number of course, Blaze Squad, and you can see they're trying to penetrate, they're trying to force their way through. Not the brightest of ideas, but they have enough damage. The goal lead is on their side. This Alpha is completely unstoppable, gets a double, could go for the triple as well. Finally gets shut down after Fierro dropped that Zaman Force. And call me crazy, but I think he was just being aggressive, just making sure he could inflate his own ego, and going in for a big puffed up chest play, and got taken down there.
Oh my god, the way he just sniped that Harrod down with that Death Sonata. It was just crazy, the amount of damage this Granger is dealing.
Hey, this guy, he has to play a different game, right? Not Mobile Legends 5v5, because the way he's sniping the opposition down seems like he's been playing different games all across the board. At the moment, you can see once again with that Death Sonata, he has been an absolute monster, this Granger. Taking down Botab low enough. They don't even want the Lord. They're pressing their advantage, but I think it's not the right time. But they go for the Glorious Pathway nonetheless and cast them off guard. Instantly take down Sama. Curse of Blood connected on Force 3, but there's the Feathered Airstrike. Winter Crown to try and save him. But still, they run away. They take down the second. And I think at the moment, Armageddon Esports need to think about the bigger picture. They gotta go for the Lord, because that's the one that's there. The neutral objective that could help them secure the game. And at this point, you can tell that they realize they cannot force themselves anymore. They cannot brute force their way into the base crystal, and they go for the Lord. 10th minute Lord, but with the changes in the recent patch, it is a Lord that will crash on towards the base.
Oh yeah, it definitely will crash with that Lord's passive there. And talking about Armageddon, they kind of overextended in a lot of fights there. And they lost a lot of members as well. If we look at the kills, on the side of Blaze, they have secured 8 kills, and oh my god, look at that Harrod go. Oh,
he's going crazy, right? He's dancing around, he's making sure he can do something, but guess what? The space not being provided. You want to dance around, you gotta eat a face full of bullets. The music, the only thing that you're gonna hear is that violin from Granger, and they went in for the Spear of Alpha after baiting out the dash from Vortex. Take him down, but the shutdown coming through with the Feathered Airstrike. Gets Ito, the one that they needed to end the game. Zaman Force dropped down, you can see they go for First Blood as well. Connects the 3, but Charlie Brown with the Spear of Alpha, Winter Crown to try and help him survive as well. Well played, but will get taken down, and this is what they needed. The opening. Blaze Squad have found it. Armageddon Esports have made the blunder and now will have to pay the price.
Oh.
Triple kill in the hands of Fiero. Finally, they have some breathing room.
Whoa, they definitely needed this breather. Because of this, now Armageddon, they are just going to be held back for a bit. And on the other hand, Blaze, they can actually make a comeback here because despite losing all the inhibitors that they have managed to build up the goal lead. Despite it being, oh, look at that Ryota with that fire mist. He is just being a nuisance with that vision that he's providing, as well as the amount of poke and damage he's doing. But then again, look at the Henzo just going in, with that pinnacle of ninja and
Oh, at the moment, it was just a false engage at this point. And guess what, Vortex? I don't think he understands the position he's in. Ryota right now taken down low, killing spree coming through. The Law and Order is there, along with the Ring of Punishment to kind of slow them down. Charlie Brown making his presence felt, went in with the Spear of Alpha. They lost out on Ryota once again. Armageddon Esports, if they're not careful, they might go down because here comes Sama with the Kinjutsu, dishing out the damage. But the rest of the cavalry trying to follow. You can see Spear of Alpha with the Glorious Path connects as well. They get the Curse of Blood onto her 3, and right now Fiero wants to dance around. The damage is being done already. They get 3 in the process. Make that another one, and they find another opening. Seems like Armageddon Esports cannot catch a break. Blaze Squad just persistent, ever so persistent, making sure that they will not lose out on the game. It was a 10,000 goal lead, and now that deficit is come down to 3,000. The game being thrown away, of course, by Armageddon Esports, and now they realize that they're in a position where they cannot have any mistakes.
Wow, Armageddon, they definitely threw a lot. They have thrown a lot of team fights there, and they are paying the price now. Blazer, they are just catching up with everything now. They are, responding back. They're clapping back at Armageddon. They have the items on the Harrod, and the Harrod is being the monster that he is in the late game, dishing out the damage that he does. And man, he is just bursting out even a Hylas, even a Phoveus with that Chrono Dash and the Zaman Force that he has. And Armageddon, on the other hand, they are just going to go for that neutral objective once again. And this time they have to, be really careful with what they're going to do in this fight, because if they overextend and if they are unaware of the Farsa's position with that Feather airstrike, a lot of backlines can be taken down, because that is what the Farsa has been doing. That with the Feather airstrike, he's just been constantly looking for that backline, looking for the grandeur and the Faramis, and he is able to get his hands on those two main characters from the side of Armageddon that can possibly end the game.
Hey, they're trying to end the game. The hero, of course, got to be someone from the side of Armageddon Esports. You can see right now the Lord is there. Oh my goodness, what a combo coming through with the Curse of Blood as well. Another realm being expended, dashing around. Fiero with the Zaman Force. Bronze finally gets the Infernal Pursuit, but to no avail, because the Lord still left with quarter HP. Charlie Brown slowing them down. Ito leaving the base crystal, taking it away. And finally, Armageddon Esports, after what was a roller coaster ride, was a roller coaster game number 2, they make their way to the victory stand.
Wow. Armageddon, they did pull this off because they had built up the early momentum that they needed. But, as the game was progressing into the late game, it seemed like Armageddon, they were falling off. They were kind of throwing off the game. But then again, with that Lord that they took in the last minute, they managed to end the game. And I definitely have to say that the Faramis pick here was kind of calculated with the composition that they have, because the Netherrealm came in, with that versatility that it has, with that extra HP and immunity. So that Faramis kind of played it well here. And I have to commend that Botob, on that Farsa, he did exceptionally good despite being only a mage. Dealt 33% damage from the team, and was the one always nuking down the backline. But then again, the side of Blaze, the composition was not as solid because they had the Carmilla. But then again, Carmilla is not it's not the best when it comes to crowd control. Has the Curse of Blood, of course, but then again, that is alone is not enough for the crowd control that a Tang needs to provide, as well as she is a initiator. Once she goes in, it is really hard for a Carmela to back out of the fight, because of which they lose one front line, and on top of that they even had Sama on a Henzo, which was really risky, and he couldn't do much, especially in the early phases of the game. So yeah, that, I think, like, these were the factors that ultimately led to the loss of Team Blaze.
Yep, but definitely factors in what Juan said. Absolutely well said as well. Those are the reasons you can tell why Blaze Squad had to bite the dust. Because let's be honest, we thought it was going to be a much quicker game, wasn't it? They still found a way to
Yeah.
make it back. But that was because of the blunders from Armageddon Esports. But Armageddon Esports, nonetheless, 2-0 sweep, third place finish. What a game,
Yeah.
what a series once.
Yeah, it was definitely a great game here. Armageddon, they definitely showed their dominance against Team Blaze, so kudos to them for the win of the night. So they can just take a chill pill and go and rest off for now.
Yeah, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading into a short break, after which there will be a giveaway. So don't go anywhere. If you want that Alpha Legend skin that Charlie Brown was using, you want to get your hands on those diamonds, make sure you stay tuned in the chat. This is Kronos and Wands going on a break, and after that, you'll probably win those diamonds. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the MOBA India Championship at the moment, and we have ourselves a grand final match. And of course, who else to cast better alongside me, Kronos, for this grand finals? We have Wands and the two teams that are going head to head, Eliminators on the blue side and IGN on the red. The two giants of MOBA 5v5 in India head to head in this grand final for the MOBA India Championships once more time. And it's gonna be an interesting one once.
What's your command?
Oh yeah, it is definitely gonna be interesting because these are two strong teams. We have seen ET and IGN perform in a lot of big tournaments as well. So these are the teams that are known by the audience as well. So I'm pretty sure even the audience is really excited to see these teams face against each other. And talking about IGN though, Aaron, the creator especially, I'd like to talk about him because he is the gold standard from IGN. He is a GOAT on the goal lane. Plays exceptionally good, be it the Harrod, the Grandeur, or any MM. He just pulls up a really beautiful play. And yes, talking about the draft though here, if we look at the draft, coming off from the side of IGN first, they are aware that they do not have the first pick, so they are banning away the Fusion, which is a really annoying mage, as well as the recently buffed Chipped, which can be really troublesome. With that portal, now he can, teleport anywhere using that shortcut, Y walk. So yeah, these are pretty solid bans, I'd say. And
Yeah,
talking
I know.
about
The definition of
and
laziness, right? Once the definition of laziness, that chip just gonna be walking around whenever he wants. Why walk is what he says. I bet he's one of
yeah.
your role models, isn't he?
Oh well, I definitely have to say yeah because I am a lazy person just like Chip. So yeah, I can't deny that. So yeah, and Chronos, just look at the draft coming up from the side of from the side of ET, they are banning a lot of frontline as well as they are denying Aaron on that grandeur because they know that Aaron has a lot of potential on that grandeur, plays exceptionally good, and they are going with the respect ban here.
Definitely taking out the Granger. Not just the fact that it's a respect ban, right? It's also one of the strongest goal laners in the current meta. So now they ban out the Granger. They wanted to trade the Suyo with the Harrod.
Yeah.
But then they pick up the Suyo. IGN just go for a Phoveus with the Sicilian. So I'm not really sure if that's the greatest pick in this part because they leave the Harrod open. And now the Harrod being picked up in the hands of Fate with Art getting the Gacha as well. Flexible both in the roam position and the EXP. Not really sure where he's going to go. So at this point, IGN have really backed themselves into a corner. If you look at the first phase of the draft, I can tell Eliminators are cooking and IGN look cooked. But at the moment, they need to find an answer. They go for the Lucas. So they've already shown their cards. This Lucas has got to be in the jungle, while this Phoveus is going to be in the EXP lane. So now the side of Eliminators don't have anything to worry about. All they got to choke out is a roamer and a gold laner, because the gold laner's already been picked up by themselves, which is the Harrod. And now we'll be looking to take out probably the Iritel, maybe the Beatrix, maybe the Melissa. What else is present? At this point, it's going to be rough for their side. The Moskov, of course, the outplay potential has just been taken away. The Jawhead being taken off the picture as well right now. Looking to choke down some roam options because the Gacha is still a flex pick. But if you ask me, maybe IGN should look at banning out the Hilda.
Yeah, great point out there because Abyss-TZ, he does play the Hilda and he has shown that he can really be a hindrance with his Hilda. So they could possibly pick up Hilda, but then again here, no, they're just gonna go ahead and deny Team ET of that real world manipulation on the gift. So they are banning away that crowd control mage that is really dominant in the mid lane as of now in the tournament. So it's looking like pretty solid ban, I'd say, from the side of IGN. But then again, as you said, looking at the Sicilian, not the best pick. Does not have the proper crowd controls that a mage provides. Has the late game potential, but then again, if the early game is messed up and they kind of they fall off in the early game, it is going to be hard for him to stack up those stacks as well as catch his hands on those items, because he does need items as well. His stacks alone are just not gonna compensate for the damage. So yeah.
Yeah, I think definitely looking to find some sort of answers in this draft. The Sicilian, it's not a bad pick by any choice, but it's just the fact that at this point in the game, early on, you're picking up the Sicilian, you're kind of showing your cards early on. That's why they
Oh,
went for the Gato Cacha as well. The Bruno being picked up because there were not many gold laners left open. Didn't want to go for the Iritel because the Bruno kind of does well in lane against the Herald after he picks up the Hoskclaw.
yeah.
Right now, they want a little bit more frontline presence. I was going to say the Farsa is going to be a beautiful pickup if it comes to the hands of Eliminators. And no one bid who likes to play the Eve, who likes to play these control mages,
Yeah.
will have the high ground with this Farsa. And will be dishing out those nukes of the Feathered Airstrike from afar. And right now, with the EXP lane left open, both the Glue and the CC look really good, but
Yeah.
the Glue is not the best pick right now. Just go for the CC so you can go instantly with the Curtain Call. You have a lot of mobility, can poke them down, and that is what they will lock in with. The Eliminators draft looking absolutely solid, a clear win condition, a clear path to victory. But IGN, they need to find something here. They need someone who can lock them down. The Tiger Wheel being taken off the picture means they need some sort of heavy crowd control. And Khalid works, but after the early game, the presence is just weakened.
Yeah, definitely, because the Khalid is just basically, for the early phases of the game. And once you fall into the late game where the Harrod has his hands, especially just 3 items, give him 3 items: the Starlium Side, the Feather of Heaven, and the Holy Crystal. And oh boy, Harrod becomes an absolute monster. Even having those magic items won't be enough to sustain the damage that he can output with his Chrono Dash and the Zaman Force. But then again, on the side of IGN, they do have that Bruno. And once the Bruno, as you said, he picks up that Haskell and the Berserker Fury, he can actually out-sustain the Harrod, because the Harrod does have a lot of burst potential. But then again, the amount of heal, that crit, that the volley shot will be giving will have a lot of sustain on the Bruno. So Bruno against the Harrod is a pretty solid counter, I'd say. But then again, they have a Lucas jungle, which is kind of slow. So yeah, take it off, Kronos.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, get ready because we're heading into the land of dawn, of course. This is the grand finals of the Moba India Championship between Eliminators and IGN. A best of 7. Only the best will reign supreme. Who will take it away? Only time will tell. I'm your caster, Kronos. Alongside me, Wands. Wands, looking at the draft, you like both of them. I like the side of Eliminators better, and you said the same as well, because the slow jungle pace coming out from the Lucas might be their downfall. But in a 5v5 situation, they're definitely looking to brawl.
Oh yeah, they are definitely gonna brawl with that Lucas in a 5v5. But then again, on the side of ET, they have a lot of sustain as well. They have the Guitar, they have the CC, they have the backline, the Farsa with the Feather Airstrike, as well as a Harrod. So that's gonna be really troublesome for the side of oh my gosh, a lot of poke coming off just in the early phase of the game. The Gatar is forced to recall, but then again, look at the Farsa with that sweet 150% movement speed, just rotates so fast, and the buffs on her recently is just too good.
Yeah, definitely a good buff indeed, making sure that this Farsa can climb its way back into the meta. But with the Farsa climbing means that somebody else has to fall, right? Who's going to take the fall? Only time will tell, because we're looking a lot less Auroras, a lot less Vexanas.
Yeah.
And Valentinas will slowly start coming in the rise as well. So, but looking right now, Eliminators not able to get that map control just because of the presence of this early game Khalid. And if this early game Khalid can be worn down after a good amount of time, Eliminators will be looking to take the game, because the turtle is up in about 5 seconds, and I think definitely they want to find an answer to get that neutral objective.
Oh well, this oh my god, look at the amount of poke that they are dealing in the early phases of the game. The Khalid with that Desert Tornado dishing a lot of damage, but then again, later in the late phases of the game, it is going to be quite hard. But then again, look at the mid side, a lot of clash coming on with those skirmishes cooking here.
Definitely AOG trying to connect on the back line. Beautifully placed as well. They go in with a flash step flash combo. Respect is the first one to fall. The first blood in the hands of Art. Eliminators get the second as well. The turtle not yet being reset. Sarar Moon comes back. And they will also claim that neutral objective with the help of the Retribution. And also 2 kills on the board, of course, for the side of Eliminators. He didn't even use the Retribution. He wants to go for the invade. It could be a good chance for him to do so. But the rest of the team not yet following up.
Oh yeah, they definitely need to follow up, because if they don't, it is going to be really hard for them to come off against Team ET here. But then again, on the goal lane though, it seems like the Bruno is having a sweet 1v1 with that Harriet, because he is the one dominating the Harriet on the laning phase there with his volley shots, especially overwhelming the Harriet in the early phases of the game. Because just yet he does not have those items, right? So it's going to be hard for him to face off against that Bruno.
I agree, and I think this is the problem. This is what we spoke about earlier in the draft, right? This Bruno, when he gets the Hassas class, is going to be trouble. And if it weren't for going for the tough boots early on, he would definitely have that Hassas class, and right now would be able to 1v1 that Herod. But knowing that the rest of Eliminators know that he needs to support, Fate needs to support at the moment, and you want to snowball off the back of this Herod. And you can see the Dramon Force drop down. The Raging Sandstorm, making sure that he can get out of harm's way. So Susan survives, lives to see another day. But Eliminators definitely on the front foot, putting the pedal to the metal with a 2K, about 1.5K goal lead. Correct me if I'm wrong, once. My math's not the greatest.
You're definitely on the right pace here with that goal calculation. But then again, look at Team ET. They are cooking for another possible gang onto that goal lane here. But then again, it seems like reinforcement from the side of Team IGN is coming as well.
Yeah, I think IGN on the back foot, and I think they're pretty happy to play from behind as well, because you mentioned that they have Witch on the Sicilian, who will dish out the damage in the late game. That's why they're waiting for the go signal. They're waiting for the green signal. They needed someone to hold their own in the early game. That's why they got the Bruno. But the rest of the team, with that 3-fighter combo, 3 fighters in your team, you're gonna have a heavy front line, so you just need nukes from the backside. You can see that happening right away. Flash to flash combo. Respect gets the Retribution as well. Demand Force drop down. Fate is dancing around, but the AOG to create some separation. He catches 3, but to no avail. Double kill in the hands of Respect. He gets 2, and now Fate will have to run away because Art and Bid might get caught out. They're gonna go for the volley shots, but Aaron, the creator, comes in and makes sure that they have to run away. Really well played from Respect. He got that double kill. He found that opening and picked up the kills with the neutral objective, with that flash step flash combo, doing well. And now IGN found the opening and evened out that gold lead.
Oh yeah, they definitely found the opening, and talking about the goal, they have caught up with, look at that Fed Astra used for that third secure. They're just trying to zone away that Bruno there, trying to prevent him from pushing there, and it seems like the outer turret of the top lane will be standing with that Fed airstrike being spent. It seems like Fate on that Harriet, he's actually switching lanes because he is just unable, to hold against that Bruno. So he's just looking for the safer option, gonna go switch to the bot lane. But then again, it seems like even IGN are doing the same here.
Yeah, I think IGN definitely looking to do the same at the moment, trying to find some sort of answers as well. They got themselves back up the goal lead. That one team fight is all they needed. Eliminator still on the aggression. They poke back Susan. And now looking to take down the bot side. Art here, forcing out Witch, who got taken down by Fate after dropping down the Zaman Force. They're looking to get that tier 1 turret in the bot side. But looks like Aaron, the creator, and Susan trying to prevent that from happening. Art in the backside to try and zone them away. Raging Sandstorm connecting, but Aaron, the creator, able to survive. Flickers out of harm's way as well. Susan has the quicksand guard to heal back up. Really well played, and good defense coming out from IGN for a tier 1 bot turret.
Yeah, they definitely held the ground really good in that bot side. A lot of flanking also coming on, but then again, the reflex on Aaron, though, it's just crazy because his timing on that flicker was crazy, and he did manage to, get away from the hands of that Suyo. And here comes another turtle fight, and both teams are looking for another skirmish as we see Mirio on that.
No, at the moment, Mirio still able to tank quite a lot. This is why Respect is dangerous. He goes with the flash tap flash combo. They get the AOG as well, but gets burst down instantly by a Witch, who's having
Oh,
a good game. And right now, that's the double kill. Serar Moon not having the greatest of games right now. The Suyo was looking to snowball, but did not get the snowball because they were playing the patient game, but that's what IGN wanted. And now with that patient game that they've taken for themselves, looking to pick up momentum in this best of 7. It is only game number 1, but it could take only just one game to turn the tides around.
wow. It is definitely going to be one heck of a best of 7 here, because it is definitely just the first game, and we see IGN coming along, with a lot of domination right off the bat. They are showing a lot of dominance in the first game, despite having a week early. Now they have managed to catch up with a lot of items, and we definitely need to check those items on Bruno, because the amount of crit he is doing there.
Oh, they get the taunt on towards Respect, who has the Beast unleashed, trying to dish out some damage, able to kite out of there. But IGN understand that they're ahead now. 2,000 gold lead ahead. They have the turret structures. The map is looking a lot more red than it used to. And guess what? They catch them between a rock and a hard place. Taunt going through. Arch should be taken down. But the first one to fall is Mirio, which unleashes the Bat's Feast. But Fate here dropping down Zaman for Susan, going for it. He's on a killing spree indeed. With the Sanguine Claws. Pulls him back. And Witch grabs one for himself again.
Wow, the positioning on Witch is actually crazy, because he is just, going in and out, just trying to land that back impact. Once it lands, goes back, looks for a safe zone, and then goes in. Oh, look at the top lane. Man, they are eating a lot of damage from the side of IGN. At this point, if you look at Bruno, he has 2 items already. Has the Berserker, has the Haskell, is rushing for that Malefic Gun. Once he got that Malefic Gun, he will have a safer distance where he can, dish out the damage from. So it is looking pretty solid for IGN at the moment. They have the pace, they have built up the momentum, as well as the stacks on the Sicilian, which is doing absolutely great. He is just constantly stacking those stacks and maintaining great positioning there.
Really well played, of course, from their side. And you're right, it is a good position, good way to do things. And right now, they are playing the patient game. The Lord is up 10 minutes in. And it's so different, right, Wands? Usually you don't see them contesting for a 10-minute Lord. And this game has become so much more fast-paced after the patch changes that you're able to see the difference, and these players are adapting to it really well. And that's why they're the grand finalists, of course, the Moba India Championship. And let's not forget, there are also giveaways up for grabs. If you want to grab one of those skins, you got to win those diamonds. And to win those diamonds, you got to be in the chat. So don't go anywhere while you're watching this game. It is an exciting one. The Lord Dance has begun. They're just trying to tango between each other, and you can see they're poking down Serar Moon. Feathered Airstrike comes through. Respect has to unleash the beast, but guess what? Fate is dancing around. The Zaman forces drop. Hey, trying to catch them down, but they will take them down one after another. Mirio and Respect for Art Serar Moon, and now Abyss TZ lands into the Abyss as well. IGN with Witch leading the charge in the mid lane, able to take control of the game, and Aaron the creator has enough space, and that's the beauty of a composition with 3 fighters present on their side.
Man, Kronos, just look at the amount of crit Aaron is dealing on our Bruno. It is over 1k, and he is not even on a full build. I can't even imagine what will happen once he hit that full build on that Bruno, because at the moment he is scaling from 12 to 1500 crit with just nearly 3 items. So, the amount of sustain he will be getting from those heavy crits on that Haskell will be really satisfying to look at in the team fights. What do you say?
Yeah, I think at the moment it is very satisfying to see someone's HP bar just get chunked away like that. But right now, the Lord marching down the top lane. Slowly and steadily, they're using the Feathered Airstrike to try and clear it out. Their goal of IGN is to take away the tier 2 turrets, but oh my goodness, Fate was just taken down. off camera, not even present.
Whoa.
And now that makes it difficult for the side of Eliminators to try and defend this Lord, because this Lord is going in. Tier 2 on the top side taken. They're slowly chunking down, slowly pushing away. And now with Mirio leading the charge, Aaron the Creator to dish the damage off from afar. You can see that they're going through, no holy defense present. The Feathered Airstrike with the high ground try and defend as well. The Lord still standing healthy. They take down Mirio. Tier 1 in the top side being taken away. And now Eliminators find themselves in a corner. And IGN have just gotten an inhibitor, got 2 kills, and walked out with just paying the price of Mirio.
Whoa, it was definitely a good trade. They got like what, inhibitor, which is really important now. They won't have to focus much on the lane because the super minions will be the one, making their way down to the bot side, or I mean the top side automatically. So they have that, as well as the lead that they've built up against Team ET. It is just way too much. And if you take a look at the goal, it is like what, 3k goal difference from the side of ET. They are 3k goal behind. But then again, if we look at the items on the Harrod, I really need to take a look because we are just kind of off with that Harrod as well. We have not been talking about him much, and we need to see whether he can, dish out the damage that he needs to do in the team fights with that Zamanthos and, Chrono Dash. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think at the moment they need to find an opening, right? The Zaman Force has been a big problem, of course, when Fate drops it down. And now Susan over here providing a lot of vision. Abyss realizes that he doesn't see him. And now Conceal going through. Raging Sandstorm catching them off guard. And instantly Fate gets taken down. That was a point-blank range. AOG trying to go to the back line and run away. But to no avail as Respect gets the kill. And now IGN find themselves again in the driver's seat after a really good initiation. Good position from Susan with that Conceal. Flicker Raging Sandstorm. Point-blank range on towards Fate, who did not have or even use the Purify, but just too late and got caught off guard.
Wow. Man, the way IGN are playing this game, they are so dominant, they are so consistent with their, with their fights. They're not letting ET even have a proper breather. They can't catch up with IGN at the moment, and IGN, they're playing really Machiavellianly, and they're just going ahead, taking all the neutral objectives that they can find at the moment. And they have taken another Lord. Will this be the final Lord that they are looking for, to end the game and call it a game 1 for tonight? Oh my god.
They're looking to take him down. Susan caught off guard, gets taken down, and now IGN don't have that initiating tool. But what they do have is that extra character, that Lord, that could be a difference maker. But now they don't have a way to go in. They need Mirio to go in and tank up quite a lot. And they understand that without the presence of Susan, they will not be able to do much. And now slowly Eliminators finally realize that. And are looking to take him down at the first opportunity that they get.
Yeah, with with Jujin getting down there, it was kind of off for them to even think about going in with just Mirio alone, because he's merely a fighter, and trying to tank down all the damage is just way too risky. So they are playing going off with the safe play. But then again, look at Mirio goes in with the Infernal Pursuit, almost catches Bid there.
Yeah, almost catching Bid, right? The almost being the key word at the moment, because if he does catch Bid, it will definitely be a problem. He's able to use that Feathered Airstrike. He did expend that Flicker, but there is no neutral objective to be taken just yet. But look at the map control IGN have. They have given only one single turret in the bot side, but you can see the curtain call making sure that they're there. And the AOG catches them, revitalized to help them survive. But the Bat's Feast with the Bat's Impact doing the damage, and Aaron, the creator, just wants to go ham at them. Infernal Pursuit to buy them time. War down. Sir Armon's the only one standing. Flicker's all expended. They want to go all guns blazing. They're protecting the last cannon minion with their life. They want to end the game, but they're not able to. They realize that the top side is crashing in anyway. The mid lane is crashing in. There's no possible way for Sir Armon to defend. And now IGN looking to take this game by storm. To have game number 1 on a killing spree. Respect, he's able to get his own. And now instantly take down game number 1 in this best of 7 series with momentum on their side.
Victory!
Wow. IGN, they built the momentum that they needed to build. They played it off really safe in the early phases of the game. And that is what created the difference between IGN and ET. ET just couldn't look for that early snowball with the Suyo. Because IGN, they were so focused on playing it safe in the early phases of the game. They had like what? 2 kills in the early game towards ET, but then again, ET on that turtle fight, they lost the turtle, they lost 2 members, which was, you know, the point where they kind of fell off in the game. And that was the moment on where IGN, they got the opening to, you know, build that momentum, build the lead, build that advantage on their side. Steadily, you know, they just sort through everything that they could find in the game. They got all the neutral objective, all the threads, and the kills as well. And that is what ultimately led to their victorious triumph, I'd say.
Definitely. You reap what you sow. You sow success, you'll reap it. And that's what IGN have done. They sowed the potential for the late game and they took it to the late game and they won. In the early game, you did see Eliminators have an upper hand, but Susan's positioning was immaculate the entire game and was absolutely beautiful in that game. So of course, right now, IGN in the driver's seat, the first game in this best of 7, really well played. And on that note, Wands, do you want to go for a quick break?
Oh, well, I think that we can, like, you know, go for a 2-minute break because there will be a caster replacing me at the moment. So, yep.
Hey, let's just go to a quick break and be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because if you want to win the giveaway, we're not going to tell you when it's going to happen. So you have to watch the whole thing. Only then you'll get those diamonds. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. This Kronos and Wands out. We'll be soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MIC. And we are back with the grand finals. IGN take the game number one, and we are back with the game number two. I'll be your caster, Itami, and joining me will be once again Kronos. So, hi, Kronos. How are you doing, bro?
Like, I'm good at Tommy. I'm good. I was just gonna say hi, Kronos again. I'm going crazy, but at this point, you know what? It's game number two, of course. IGN versus Eliminators. Eliminators have the blue side. Now IGN have the blue side. So the bans are gonna be kind of similar, but definitely there are some respect bans that have to be given, and that is that Jawhead coming out from IGN, while Eliminators need to start choking down this mid lane hero pool, because which has been a problem no matter what you put him on. And also maybe take out the Suyo.
Definitely. And onto the previous game, we did see which onto that Sicilian. They hold it out onto the lead game, and IGN definitely turned the tables out for their side. And from the side of Team IGN, they are definitely respecting that Jawhead as well as the Chip, because we have seen Art play out the Chip quite often. And Chip, he has got some adjustments as well. He can, he can be teleporting anywhere, anytime. So those TP plays, teleportation plays can be coming up anytime soon. So they are just taking the safe side and banning the Chip out.
They banned the Chip, they banned the Jawhead. Now the Matilda left open. Will they ban the Matilda? Will they ban the Suyo? Will they ban the Joy? I'm not really sure, but definitely IGN are cooking something and I can smell it. But at the same time, Eliminators are looking to take that double trade, right? They want to take the double trade, and I saw the Matilda being banned out. So now Eliminators, it's got to be that Suyo. But if you ban the Suyo, you leave the Harith open. But with the Harith and the Granger open, you have options. So I would say ban out the Suyo, maybe leave the Joy open, and just find a lockdown to just be a problem towards this Joy.
Definitely. And if Team IGN they decide to rely onto the lead game like before, then it might work out for them. Or maybe if Eliminators they have strategized it quite for now, then maybe it will be working out for the side of Team Eliminators, and they will be proceeding on to the next ban. Apparently, it can be the gold laner as you mentioned, or maybe another jungler ban coming up like the Suyo. There is definitely an option, because even after all of those patch adjustments, Suyo hasn't been adjusted much. But apparently, it is going to be that Lucas. We did see the Lucas jungle onto the previous game from the side of Team IGN. It definitely worked out for them. And onto this game, that Lucas is definitely getting banned out.
The Lucas banned out was a problem in the hands of Respect, but I think Eliminators don't understand that the Suyo is a bigger threat. It has to be the Suyo right now, because you can still juggle between the Harith and the Granger, unless they want to give a winning lane that Aaron, the creator, is comfortable with. But looking at the way he played the Bruno, shouldn't be a problem, in my opinion. But of course, right now, Suyo is the only one I can see being picked up first. You gotta pick up the Suyo. No, they go for the Phobius instead. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. We did see the Phobias onto the previous game. Well, okay, they don't want to give Witch the Sicilian out. So Bid will be the one. He will be taking the Sicilian for his side. And they got their late game insurance. But if onto the early as well or onto the mid game phases, Sicilian is not able to farm out, then definitely he can be facing some kind of trouble. So it will be depending upon his positioning as well as onto the upcoming team fights too. But looks like Fate, he will be going out with one of his signature picks too. He won't be giving out Aaron the Creator his Granger, and he will be the one picking it out. But for the response, which will be getting the Farsa, followed by the Hylos too.
Yeah, I think the Hylos with the feathered airstrike from the back line from this farce are gonna be a problem, but they made sure to not give away the Granger, so that's good, because the Granger with the Farsa combo is just too strong. You just burst them from afar, you have an assassin, go and finish and clean up shop. So good coming in from the side of Eliminators. They have a lot of high ground with that Sicilian, with that Granger, a lot of range rather. And now with this Gatotkacha, they have enough CC. It's not a primary engage, but they definitely need another engaging tool on their side. So at the moment, if you take a look, they gotta ban out the gold lane. It's gotta be the Moscow, maybe the Harith next, or the Irithel. Looking at what Aaron the Creator is comfortable with. But also, if you take a look at what IGN will have to execute, they need to take away any EXP laners or fighting junglers because they don't want to go against, 3-fighter composition. That's why you see the Alpha taken off the table. This has got to be the Herod. Actually, not even the Herod because it's too much damage. Maybe the Irithel, leaving the Herod open.
Definitely, but okay, they...
Haya.
Oh, expect the unexpected. Hayabusa getting banned out. We were expecting the Irithel, but apparently it is the Hayabusa getting banned out. Even though Haya has got some adjustment onto this patch, he is still quite dominant onto the jungle. That is what I believe. And onto the mid as well as onto the late game phases, his OG shadow kills can be coming up quite handy. So that might be the reason why Eliminators don't want to deal out with the Hayabusa. And they have decided to trade out the Irithel. And it depends upon Aaron, the creator, whether he will be going out for the Harith or maybe for the Irithel onto the gold lane. Because these two are... a good answer against the Granger onto the gold lane.
Yep, definitely a good answer right now. And the Tigreal being banned out is good. They don't want to give that extra engage tool that they need on their side. If this Gato is going to the EXP lane, it's got to be other. They still leave the Joy and the Suyo open. So Serarmoon gets a Joy. You got to take the Herith on the other side. It's definitely a broken hero. If not that, the Irithel. No, you're not going to go for the Ling. The Suyo's still left open, but I think they want to match the clear speed of the Joy. Still pick up the Suyo, maybe lock in the Herith, and then we're maybe looking at someone on the other side in the form of another engage tool, right? You got to have someone who can have a little bit more crowd control. I'm still searching for an answer. I don't see. Maybe a Badang, I was going to say. Because the Badang is the only one that's there that could fit the bill, could be slotted in the EXP lane, put the Gatot in the roam, and that's what they're looking to go for. Although I don't like the Badang over here. I don't think the Badang's the best pick. It's just a bait. Maybe the Khalid would do better. Yeah, the Khalid would have been a bit better.
Okay, but still they have decided to go out with the Badang. Badang also got some adjustments, so he is not as durable as he was onto that hybrid build. And Badang, he can be going up with those initiations, but as you said, Khalid could have been a better option. And they still decided to go out with the Badang. Maybe they decided to rely on to their comfort and they have decided to go out with that. So we will see how Eliminators are working out with it, because 1 point is already onto the side of Team IGN, and this is the best of 7 series, so still they have the chance. And if IGN comes up with a win, they will be two steps ahead compared to the side of Team Eliminators.
Definitely going to be 2 steps ahead. And IGN, with the draft that they have, looking much more solid, a front to back with 3 frontliners and 2 to dish out damage from afar. Lacking the physical damage, but Suyo is just there to finish it off. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are into game number 2 of this best of 7. IGN on the blue side have 1 game in their hand already, and the Eliminators on the other side looking to make it 1-1. Itami alongside me, and my name is Kronos to bring you the game, and let's get to it, Itami.
Definitely. For now, basic rotations as well as those neutral objectives. Getting the level 4 mark as soon as possible for the junglers in order to be more engaging onto the turtle. But okay, the resource has already been used up from one of the sides apparently, but okay, I was wrong. But still, Art was getting quite poked down. He will be deciding to retreat, and for now they are just trying to get those neutral objectives as soon as possible.
Yeah, the positioning coming through really well. Art right now did not use the Revitalize, so they do not get their hands on the Lethal Wanderer. Good rotation coming in from Legend, but also at the same time, IGN looking to take control and are having the control of the river.
Definitely, which is trying to, he is almost level 4 and looks like he will be trying to engage more onto that upcoming turtle fight. Granger, definitely, he has less of an advantage compared to the lane, so he needs to play it out quite safe in order to get those stacks and be quite dominant onto the gold lane. And
yeah, I think the clear coming in from Respect as well on towards the bear creep, making sure he kind of gets ahead of Serarmoon, and Serarmoon looking to snipe someone from behind.
Oh, there comes the engage, the Revitalize being popped out by Joseph quite early, and they have decided to retreat it out. But okay, so you're with that engage, but Badang Legend will tank out that amount of damage, and he will be escaping for now onto low HP, recalling onto the base. The turtle about to be spawned. Mirio is trying to land some hits with those Infernal Blaze. Infernal Pursuit not being popped out. The level 4 is still not there, and the turtle spawning now.
Yeah, the turtle not yet spawning, level 4 not present on their side. You can see Witch being poked out a little bit. Both the EXP and the mid lane are going to get their level 4 power spikes. IGN have firm control of this turtle pit without Sir Armoon being present, but oh my goodness.
Oh, the Feathered Airstrike as well as the Phobius. Mirio was able to get the kill. The Infernal Pursuit's coming up from, and looks like Respect was trying to make another engage as well. The Bat Impact as well as the batteries being used out by the Cecilian. The Electrifying Beats being used out by Red Joy in order to secure that orange. He will be able to do so, but IGN will be the one taking the turtle as well as one trade for the side.
Yes, they are looking to take one for their side. They have the advantage. IGN slowly looking to take that and turn it into real estate, right? They want these turret structures. They are about just a little over 500 in gold 3 minutes into the game, but Sir Armoon can finish someone off if only the poke comes in around the right time from Bid.
Oh, the Glorious Pathway also being used out onto the opposite direction. Actually, the strike was also there, but it won't be enough damage to take Sir Armoon down. He will be able to escape with 1 HP. That was quite an engage, but still IGN was not able to find that trade, at least for now.
Not able to find the trade. Oh, neither did they get that gold crab. And I think the gold crab went in the hands of Fate as well. So gonna get an extra bit of gold. This Harriet versus Granger, a never-ending battle. Who will come out on top? Only time will tell. It's about who can poke out the other faster. And at this game, Fate definitely seems to give Aaron the Creator a harder time.
Definitely. They are playing those poking games, and looks like they will be trying to gang up onto the side, and Witch as well as Josen is there to clear the lane, able to get Aaron the Creator onto the time, making sure the Granger, he will not be landing those hits onto the gold tower, because if he was able to do so, then the gold advantage was definitely go more for the side of that Granger. And looks like the turtle about to being spawned, and looking at the map control, it can be either of these two sides contesting for the turtle this time.
They definitely want to contest for the turtle at this point, and you can see that they are making the space. Eliminators are making sure to scout out the bushes, but Bid trying to poke them down as well. Legend should be able to initiate the fight with Art to follow, and then you want somebody to clean up shop.
Oh, the Feathered Airstrike once again being used out by Witch. Still the engages was there. Respect, he is doing a really good job in order to zone Eliminators out. And that will be an uncontested turn for the side of Team IGN. Once again, that Feathered Airstrike, the zoning was up to the point, and they did make sure, okay, but the Electrifying Baits coming up. Sir Armoon is trying to engage. There comes the AOTG, but it won't be connecting onto anybody. Revitalize has also been popped out. The Infernal Pursuit also coming up. Art is quite low, and Mirio will be able to tank that damage. Art is quite low, and Respect will get a kill onto Art, and Art will be the one falling down. They got the turtle as well as a trade onto the Rumor.
Definitely a good pick-off coming in for the side of IGN. Sir Armoon taken low. Ring of Punishment might take him down, but he does have the rhythm to make it out of harm's way. So really well played from IGN. They're getting the control that they wanted, and also forcing out errors coming in from the side of Eliminators, especially Sir Armoon. He tried to go for a bit onto Aaron the Creator, who had the Zaman Force, was able to bob and weave his way out of there, but instantly Sir Armoon realized he is not in his domain, not in his realm, and wanted to back out. But Fate as well is able to poke the enemy from afar, but doesn't have the itemization just yet. Aaron the Creator gets his hands on the Starlium site, so we'll be able to use and dish out a lot more damage than he used to. And now this might be the opening that IGN is looking to take and make it theirs.
Definitely, the Stadium shot, it will be giving more dash advantage for the Harith. So yeah, Aaron the Creator, one of his core items is done, and if he is able to complete those Trinity builds, then definitely Harith will be quite trouble. Oh, okay, Fate might be quite low. The Zaman Force was already forced out by Aaron the Creator, but still Fate was able to survive it out, and looks like Eliminators are back with the backup. Okay, the Sanguine Claws was also there, but the damage will still not be enough for Bid in order to take anyone down, and they are way too tanky, at least for now. Looks like another engage might become Sanguine Claws as well as the Battle Back being used out by the Sicilian, but still the damage is still not there, and looks like this will be the third turtle spawning. And IGN with the better map control, at least for now. Team Eliminators, it depends upon them whether they will be ganking onto the turtle or maybe onto Aaron the Creator, who is only left solo onto his slave, and he might be getting engaged. But Josen comes up with a glorious pathway as well as the revitalize being used out by him. He was able to save out Aaron, and looks like they won't be able to find the trade. Respect has already got the turtle, and looks like another engage might be coming up with the feathered airstrike being used out. The Infernal Pursuit also coming up from that Phobias. Respect is able to get a trade. Fate will be taken down. The gold laner goes down, and look at video that being able to tank so much damage. Art was forced to use this AOTG in order to retreat. Legend is quite low too, and Team IGN, they have found their differences. Just now they got the turtle as well as the trade, and the goal lead favorable for their side.
Really well played, of course, from IGN, taking control, gold lead in their favor, and you can see them zoning away with the feathered airstrike. Bid is not able to catch a break. He's not able to get into position to try and dish out the damage. He has the range, but guess what? Witch has this range as well, and here Susan, Corner and Fate will get taken down after a 5-man gank to make sure that this Granger is not able to play the game.
Yep, and looks like another engage might be coming up. This crack being used out by the Respect. He won't be getting caught out. And one thing I did notice is that for the side of Team Eliminators, it only relies for Bid at least, because they have the late game insurance, but looks like the Infernal out, and the Feather Day strike was also there, but still the damage won't be enough to take anyone down. But okay, the side of Team IGN, they are trying to engage, but they won't be able to do so. Fate is finally able to get a trade, and Josen will be dying for that overextension just coming out from that high loss.
Definitely is there on time, and the high-lows trade being made, the first kill on the board for their side, means that Eliminators are finding answers. At this point, any kill that they get, right, is still gold in their pocket, and that's why they're not too disappointed. And you can see that the Lord is going to be spawned up. The wave pressure is there on the top side. Sarar Moon trying to clear that far lane and make something happen, but right now the mid lane, AOG almost being expended. Revitalize is there, and Itami, this could be a big fight.
It can, and looks like Aaron has already got a straight. Art will, as well as the Dashish coming up from that Harith, he will be able to get one trade, and the Lord has already been spawned. Looks like Sarar Moon is nowhere near to be contesting for that Lord, and it might be an uncontested Lord for the side of Team IGN, unless Fate comes up with a clutch play with that Death Sonata, but apparently it won't be happening because the map control as well as the zoning coming up from Josen is way better, and the Zaman Force as well as the Fate will be taken down. He will be able to find a trade, and looks like Witch will be able to get a trade onto Sarar Moon as well. That will be a 1-for-2 for both of the sides, but still IGN will be the one getting the last lap. They got the Lord for their side, and they will be waiting for the next engage coming up.
Definitely waiting for the next engage, looking for the next fight, looking for the next angle for them to get the advantage. Eliminators not able to find their footing. Eliminators not able to understand what they have to do to try and take away this control from IGN. The Lord is marching down the bot side, the mid lane, the top lane, the bot lane, all being covered by IGN, and they see that the Lord is under threat, to which wakes his way. He has the feathered airstrike to create the space. Susan as well, trying to zone them out, and now they want to use this Lord, abuse that mechanic, and get as many turret structures as they can. The Lord finally taken down. The tier 2 should be the target in the mid lane, and Susan's positioning is absolutely crucial.
Definitely, and they should be able to get the tier 2 unless Team Eliminators are able to defend it. Looks like it be taking some time for the side of Team IGN to actually take down that tier 2, but for the top as well as the bot, it's only the inhibitor towers remaining. So IGN has definitely the better map control out there. And okay, looks like the electrifying beats has been used out by that Joy, but it won't be enough to take down Josen because he is way too tanky. And looks like Team IGN, they will be waiting it out onto the next Lord, or maybe Team Eliminators, they try to engage, and it will be IGN actually with the last lap.
Definitely IGN are the ones who are looking to have the last laugh, right? Because it is a best of 7. Only game number 1 being taken away so far. Feathered Airstrike to zone them out. Eliminators cannot catch a break. No breathing room. 1 minute until the Lord comes up. And this Lord is no different from the first one. The only thing that's different is the Holy Defense is not going to be available for the side of Eliminators. So a lot less more defense capabilities, but definitely with Bid not falling down a single time, he will be dishing out the damage from afar with that Bat's impact. And I wish we could take a look at the atomization at this point, because he has been doing an absolute wonderful job to stay alive. But here Sarar Moon looks like he's in trouble.
Sarar Moon will be taken down almost that it pursuit will get a kill. From the highlights, I am the creator from the back as with the Zaman force. Mirio is able to find a trade. Bid will be taken down finally. Legend won't be able to sustain that damage. That will be a 4-for-1 trade for the side of Team IGN. It's only Fate remaining from the side of Team Eliminators, and it was almost a complete wipeout, and Fate was able to, save his life, but 4 of his team members have already been taken down, and the Lord about to be spawned. They may be waiting out for the Lord. They will be going out for the Lord, and they will be able to take the tier 2. So, they have bought a lot of time for their side, and it will be another uncontested lot for the side of Team IGN.
IGN. We've seen them do this so many times before. They're doing it again. And now to Eliminators, who are not having a great time. Feathered Airstrike expended. Sarar Moon might get something.
Okay, he is able to find a trade on. Be dying with that pursuits. The EXP for the zoning will not be there for the side of Team IGN, but still 4 of the members still remaining, and it depends upon their positioning how well Eliminators will be able to defend this one. If Fate is taken down early, then it will be a really tough defense coming out from the side.
Really tough defense indeed is what they're looking at right now. Blade Surge, respect low.
Okay, the Glorious Pathway has also been used out, but still no engages by far. They will be trying, they will be engaging at least for now. And a lot from the bot side almost getting taken down from the hands of Sarar Moon. But still, the lane sinking is quite up to the point. The Lord has still not been taken down. And the creator with that engage, Bit will be taken down instantly with that Zaman Force combo. And the Chrono Dash will be able to dash out enough damage, and Bit will be taken down instantly, man, oh man.
Definitely indeed, and at this point it will be important. The Lord already taken down, no super minions left, but now the tier 2 in the middle lane on the top side taken. Mirio being poked out. IGN haven't found the opening just yet.
Definitely, and the Feather Strike once again coming out, trying to play some onto Art, but still the minion is still there. They are trying to lock in onto the base. Legend is trying to sustain some damage in order to defend that mid inhibitor tower, but still he will be able to do so. And I guess Team IGN, they need to wait it out once again in order to take more towers. So they are trying their best in order to defend Team Eliminators, but if IGN comes up with more of the trades onto this side, then it might be a GG game over for the side of Team Eliminators.
Yeah, it might be, but look at their positioning. Susan here might walk into a death bush.
Okay, another engage once again. Okay, Josen this time will be taken down. Sarar Moon is trying to find that trade, which will be taken. And Sarar will be falling as well. Art comes up with AOTG, connects on everybody, but still the Infernal Pursuit being used out by that Phobios. Mirio is trying to sustain some damage. Art will be taken down, and the creator was there with some damage, but still it will be a 3-for-2 trade, favorable for the side of Team Eliminators, but looks like the team fight hasn't been stopped yet. They will be able to get the mid tower, and that Sicilian's damage is definitely scaling out because it is the late game phases now, and that Sicilian is definitely going to be one to watch out for.
Definitely someone to watch out for, right? The Sicilian is now having the damage to be online, and Fate himself picks up a conceal. No, changes it to the dire hit. That's really good, but right now it's well past 15 minutes. If Fate wanted to have some sort of impact with that roaming boot, should have been picked up at the 8th minute mark. You could have enough time to actually rack up the stacks to kind of make it happen, but right now at this point of the game, in towards the late game phase, I'm not really sure if that's the right idea, because the Lord is up for grabs, and I think IGN definitely do not want to give it to Eliminators, and Eliminators are forcing the equation, making sure IGN can make a blunder.
Yep, they are trying their best, but still they are trying to zone it out onto the Lord Lord side, but still it will be depending upon their positioning as well. And I do believe if Team Eliminators they are able to get this slot, then the scenarios will be quite different. It will be Team Eliminators having the higher advantage, but looks like IGN they are trying to contest it, but they are trying to bait it out. Both of the teams they are trying to make out which team messes up first, and once they find out that opening, they will be directly dragging out on that team fight.
Definitely looking for an opening. The position of Eliminators looks like they want to go for the choke. They want to go for the throat of IGN and try and take this game. Sarar Moon, the one to get it started.
Okay, the glorious pathway being used out. Okay, that was actually baited out from the side of Team Eliminators. The feathered airstrike coming up to half of the HP from that ranger was taken down, but still the zoning is still there. The bat impact as well as the batteries being used out by the Sicilian. Art comes up with the AOTG. Fate is finally able to find a trade onto Meteor. Eliminators having quite high up advantage. That will be a double for Fate, but added the creator with that trade, and looks like Respect will be running off for his life. The mortality will be popped down. That will be a triple for Fate, but Fate will be taken down. Double for Aaron the creator. That was a triple, but still there's
Oh
my god, that burst damage from that Sicilian as well as that Joy. Team Eliminators, they are finally able to find that opening, and looks like the Lord will be going out for the side.
They wanted that throat, right? They wanted the choke, and they finally found it. They went for the jugular and instantly caught IGN by surprise. Takeaway 4. And now IGN with only a witch left standing. He doesn't have the kills on himself yet. He's been doing a lot for the team, but this is the 18th minute Lord we're talking about. 18 plus minutes. I'm not sure if that's the one they took, but sure, no, doesn't seem like it. They didn't time it right. If they timed it past 18, it would have been a difficult Lord to take. So a small macro blunder coming out from Eliminators, not keeping their head cool, missing out on the 18th minute Lord. What could have been a deadly one for IGN to defend, but still, this is going to be hard for them to come back from.
Definitely. Macro, this is the reason why macro depends so much on the land of, and if they were able to take down that 18-minute Lord, as you said, that Lord will be able to tank so much damage, but it would have been that Luminous Lord. And looks like none of the teams, they will be trying to overextend anything. Finds the Feather Death Strike coming up, from which in order to clear those turrets, and looks like Team Eliminators, they will be trying to find at least 1 or 2 inhibitor towers for the side, or maybe some trades. Oh my god, Fate with that damage. Farsa will be immediately taken down. There comes the engage from the side of Team Eliminator. Winter Crown has been popped out by that Joy. The electrifying beats was also there. Bit with that damage. Jaws as well as Fate were able to find those trades. That will be a 3-4-0 fight for the side of Team Eliminators. Respect as well as Video are only ones trying to defend it for the side of Team IGN, and late game insurance Sicilian. That is the reason why Sicilian has been so deadly for both of the side. It was IGN before, and it was Team Eliminators, and looks like they are trying to are there, but still they are not able to mark down that crystal. They have finally noticed onto the mid side. The minions are there. Badang comes up with the engage. The first crack being used out by the Winter Crown, being used out by Radio. He is trying to engage with that Infernal Pursuit. He won't be able to do so. The base is wide open, but the minions are still not there. But it is a complete wipeout for the side of Team IGN, and Team Eliminators will be taking the game number 2.
1-1 score in a best of 7. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not at the edge of your seat, I don't know what will get you there, because this is going to be a long night. This is going to go all the way if these teams are going to keep it up like this. And you can see that Eliminators, after losing out on the early game, came back in the mid phase of the game and able to secure the late game in their favor. And 2 games in this finals, Itami. 2 games Sicilians picked up, 2 games Sicilians have won. Will the third game be with another Sicilian again? Not really sure, but this seems like a hot pick to contest in this series.
Definitely. The late game insurance definitely paid off. The king of comebacks Sicilian dish out that damage. And Team Eliminators, we gotta give it out for Fate too. With that triple kill, the pace of the game kind of changed out. Aaron was able to find 2 trades, but still it was not enough. And Team Eliminators got the third Lord. As soon as they got it, the engages came up and they were able to sink those lanes and end that game as soon as possible. If that extended, then maybe the scenarios would have been quite different. But the second game will be going out for the side of Team Eliminators. And as you said, Sicilian might be a priority for both of the sides. It will either get banned out or maybe even get picked out from any of the sides onto the third game.
Definitely, third game is something that they got to contest for. Susan, I think got to give a hero that will definitely make a lot more impact, right? And that's why I said that a Khalid would have been better on the side of Eliminators when they penned with a Badang. It still worked out because they needed that primary engage, because the Gatot Kacha is not the first one to engage. He's your secondary engage. But for IGN, they don't have any form of engage at all. Yes, you have the Glorious Pathway, but after that, nothing to follow up. No possible CC to really do anything at this point. So IGN need to go back to the drawing board in terms of the draft and maybe figure something out. And after that, then you can tell that it might be an even game. But looking back at it right now, you did not see the impact of respect, right? You did not feel like the Suyo was playing this game even. An underwhelming performance that what we're used to seeing from IGN, especially out of respect. Aaron, the creator, was all over the place, but respect was just, I don't know. I felt like he wasn't even playing the game at this point, because this Suyo not being present, yes, you're there in the neutral objectives for the first take, but after that, not really there. Because if you take a look at the damage stats, right? Yes, you have a 3-2-6, but 24% damage done. You're not there in these team fights, and that's what I'm talking about. 56% team participation. So basically, for about 7 to 8 kills in the game, you're not present with the team. And as the jungler looking to rotate in and around the map on the early phase of the game, you want to be the difference maker, because the Suyo has a level 3 power spike compared to anyone else in this game. He could have had this game up and running from level 3 in about 1 minute 15 seconds and start snowballing, but unable to do so means that Serar Moon had a little bit more time, found the opening, just dove onto the back line because nobody was there to stop him apart from Susan's Law and Order. But you need that again to get the stun on towards Art when he has the AOG. So Serar Moon definitely had more wings to fly around, and Respect really needs to find something to do with this Suyo and kind of make his presence felt in the Land of Dawn.
Definitely agree with you on to that. And we will be seeing if Respect will actually be bouncing back onto the game number 3 or not. So we'll be taking a short break. Till then, stay tuned. And we are back with game number 3, Grand Finals on to Bahab MIC, Mobile India Championship. So this is going to be a 1-1 for both of the side of Team Eliminators as well as Team IGN. I'll be your caster Itami,
What's your
and joining me
plan
this
for
time will
teams?
be none other than one of the veteran casters from the Indian MOBA scene. That is going to be none other than Peachy.
Who
So
said there are
hello
no
Peachy, how are you
shortcuts
doing?
in life? I
Hello,
literally
Itami.
invented
Hello,
one.
everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying the match as well. Team Eliminators made a 360 comeback right here. So I am excited to see the third match of the day. Loki, there were like a lot of predictions going on onto the chat that, Team IGN going to sweep up this game. It was Team Eliminators who's going to sweep up the game. But both the teams, they just proved everyone wrong. So 1-1 score. Let's dive into the draft.
Definitely. And Team IGN, they are definitely showing some respect to the chip that Art mostly picks up and comes up really handy for the side of Team Eliminators. So they won't be seeing that chip anytime soon because there are two reasons. One is Art is quite comfortable with the chip. Eliminators, they know how to
Your team
utilize the chip.
wins.
And second thing is, chip has recently got some adjustments. So he can be teleporting anywhere anytime soon. Those teleportation plays can be coming up quite handy when it comes to those team fights. So chip would have been quite troubling. And this time, Team Eliminators, they have decided to ban out Mario's Phobias. It got picked out onto the two games. Second game, they were able to, find out that opening and they were able to get the game. But I do believe that Phobias from that Mario was definitely giving that kind of trouble for the side of Team Eliminators.
Agreed. And there is a rise of a phobias coming into the EXP lane quite lately. New patch, every single time we see a new patch coming in, you get surprises. Once a few meta ago, like few patches ago, you were like new itemization being come here, and then this and that. But here we are looking at like minor changes in the heroes being happened as well. Lucas, one of the notable heroes who did get a little bit of a revamp despite being the newest addition into the Mobile Legends 5v5 family. But again, he's very good right now. Don't you think so, Itami?
I do agree. And which he has decided to ban out the Jushin. She recently got some adjustments actually patch. She consumes a lot of mana and she is not that much dominant onto the game. We mostly saw Jushin banned onto the ranked as well as onto the tournament scene. So I kind of hoped that after this nerf, maybe Jushin will be out from the nerf scene, but apparently that is not happening because the lantern flare, it will be giving out a lot of crowd control that your team needs onto the early phases of the game.
That's true. That's true. But moving ahead into the draft. Okay, again we are looking at a small pause coming in. Maybe one of the members are having some kind of network issue. But here at the MIC, we will be looking at those issues being resolved very quickly. But still, then stay put. Do bring in your water bottles. Do bring in your dinners. It's getting quite late as well. But other than that, I am expecting a Lucas to be banned or maybe a Suyu to getting banned because Suyu, yes, it was a monumental pick under the last game, but again, it kind of fell off the late game. But at the same time, the Sicilian, it was a notable pick. The Sicilian should be, taken or maybe banned. What do you think, Atami?
Definitely agree. Sicilian gives the lead and Team IGN as well as Team Elimination able to find that advantage that they were supposed to onto both of these games. First game condition for the side of Team IGN, they got the Sicilian, and for the side of Team Eliminators, the same happened. They extended it onto the late game. They had the Sicilian for their side, and he was dealing some ridiculous amount of damage onto the late game phases. So it can be a priority pick, but if Team Eliminators or Team IGN, if one of them, like one of the sides picks out the Sicilian again, they need to be picking out something like maybe the Louis that will be dishing out that early as well as mid phases of the game kind of damage, and won't be letting that Sicilian farm as he like the farm he requires. And that might be the win condition. But if it extends to the late game, definitely we will be seeing the Sicilian dishing out a lot of damage and changing out the entire scenario of the game.
Last game it happened, so why not this game as well? So both the teams, it should be a push and pull that they cannot leave it out open. But at the same time, Sicilian, yes, it can be countered, but there's one more pick that we cannot forget: the Granger. He's
Yep.
sitting as a S tier right now of the goal lane. Either you have to ban the Harriet, either you have to ban the Granger or the Irithel. Irithel does comes into the play when you see a Granger, but other than that, it's not a popular pick nowadays. I don't know what happened, but there's another hero that's climbing up to the S tier. I want to see him so badly into the S tier right now, like taking taking one of the three heroes out of the meta. I'm talking about the Brody. The Brody, yes. I want to see the players picking it up. I want to see how they are, dominating the lane. But this match, maybe or maybe not, let's see.
Yep, and looks like the pause has finally been resumed, and both of the sides they will be proceeding with those bans. And as you said, Brody got some adjustments on his patch, so there, if Brody goes out against Erithel or maybe a Clint, Brody has the higher advantage because has got the range, and his early to the mid game, he will be one of the most, he is one of the most strongest early game marksmen onto the game. So Brody can be quite understandable, but onto the late game phases is where he kind of bubbles up. So Brody, it can be situational kind of a pick, but in my opinion, it won't be as much prioritized as that Granger, the Irithel, as well as the Harith is getting prioritized onto the bowling.
Agreed. And as we were talking about that, one of the heroes should be banned after the goal lane team eliminators have proceeded with the Granger. They don't want to leave it open. They want Fate to go ahead with a Harriet this time. Once again, maybe or maybe not. Or some of the other heroes should be here. But at the same time, Team IGN, what is it going to be? 5 seconds left onto the clock. Now you're talking about the Suyu getting banned, but no, it's the Matilda. One of the signature hero from Art, but this time, what is it going to be?
Those additional heals as well as those guiding winds, we won't be seeing it onto that match. Matilda, as much as the game progresses, once she gets her core items like the Flask of is followed by see her enchanted talisman and all, she will be able to give out a lot of heals as well as mobility that her team needs. So Matilda ban is valid. And from the side of team eliminators, they have decided to go out with a flex pick, that is the high loss. It can be art or it can be legend picking it out, but apparently it is legend. So I am expecting a high loss exp. And in terms of those initiations, he will be able to dish out a lot of, he will be able to tank out a lot of damage. And okay, as we mentioned, win priority for both of the sides was that Sicilian, so which won't be wasting any much more time. And looks like it is looking kind of similar to the first game's draft. It was respect with that Lucas jungle and which with
Yes.
that mid lane Sicilian. So we might be seeing some similar kind of scenarios, or maybe it will be Mirio onto the exp lane with that Lucas.
Okay. Now we might be looking at, yes, you're right about that. Mirio going ahead with a Lucas while you're talking about Witch picking up a Sicilian. I'm surprised to see that, Team Eliminators have picked up a high loss as their first pick. There is a CC to counter them all. We are not yet into the ban phase as well. Maybe pushing a Lucas onto the jungle, taking a CC onto the EXP. That could be the scenario that you might be looking at. But once again, Mirio being the EXP laner, maybe they're just like trying to go ahead with clearing the lanes, get the damage onto the team fights. But as we have talked about, the counters are there for the Sicilian, yes, number one counter, the Eve coming onto the play. What are your thoughts on the Eve, Itami?
Eve is actually good if they have a tanky kind of a, if Team IGN, they decide to go out with a sustainable kind of a composition, that real world manipulation plays, as well as those pokes coming out from that Eve will be quite annoying for that tankier side, because the burn damage will be there, and Eve is not a burst kind of a mage. It's more like a continuous magic damage dealer. So Eve has the advantage onto that. With those real manipulation plays, she can do the zoning, and it will be depending upon bit how well he will be able to utilize it. But okay, team IGN, they will be responding with CC, so we might be seeing another Lucas jungle coming up from Respect.
Highly possible, highly possible. Maybe they can go ahead with no marksman as well. Very, very loop-sided idea, but it can be there. But other than that, back into the banning phase. Now the Harriet should be respected right here. Fate, he's very good on the Harriet. The last game, it played out very well into his hands, especially Ovich now. If Fate picks up the Harriet, he has to position himself in a way that he cannot be caught, because you have seen how the Sicilian changes the game with just stacking upon him. But moving ahead with the bans, Hayabusa will be taken off. Very good ban, but there are still many heroes open. What are your predictions, Itami?
Okay, Harith is also getting banned out, and Aaron the Creator, he was actually giving some trouble for the side of with those Zaman Force as well as those Chrono Dash plays coming up from that Harith. So he has that Harith has that burst kind of a potential, and he is definitely a S tier gold laner. Harith is still an S tier gold laner even after all of those nerfs he received. Granger ban, that is acceptable because Fate as well as Aaron, they are both comfortable with Granger, and those are both of their signature picks. So Granger is quite acceptable here too. And Respect, he might be going out with another jungler ban, or maybe it will be another, what do you call it? It will be another gold laner ban coming inside. The Irithel is quite possible too. So okay, as I predicted, that is going to be Irithel.
Yes, the Irithel getting banned. Now, even though there's no Granger coming onto the play yet, people have been playing Irithel no matter what. This is the beauty of having a S tier goal laner on your team. But at the same time, one last ban coming in from the side of team Eliminators. What is it going to be? Because the junglers, both the sides, yes, they still have to prioritize. Maybe you're talking about a Ling getting banned. That's like the last idea that I might be looking at. But anything in your mind, Itami, right now, that what could be the last ban?
Okay, the Gacha ban coming up from that is definitely a flex ban considering the roam position is open. So flex, it won't be flex won't be the right word. I would say they are targeting the roamers. Josen is quite comfortable with the Gator. He could have been coming up with a strong place, but apparently we won't be seeing that Gator Gacha anymore. It will be the CC EXP. So I kind of believe that Josen might be going out with, or maybe he will be going out with another initiator kind of a tank, which will be able to take that frontline damage, as well as make those initiations for the side of his team. So it will be depending upon what they are going to be picking. But Aaron the Creator, it is IGN's draft. It is giving me kind of deja vu of the game, because Aaron as well as Respect and which they went out with the three similar heroes. It was only a Vistizi with that CC onto the first game, which didn't work out for the side of Team Leaders. And Team IGN, they are going out with that similar draft. And Sirar Moon, it worked out. The Joy worked out for his second game, and he will be trying his once again. It will be the Joy for the side of Team Elimination onto the jungle position.
Looking quite great. The picks coming in. I wasn't expecting a Bruno to be on the play, but at the same time, Faith, he's still fixing and locks in with Harry. They want to melt down the CC, they want to melt down the Lucas, especially Lucas with the highest HP, almost closing out to a Gatotka. Now, Serarmon, classic pick coming in from his side, but at the same time, now respect. The pressure is on onto him. What jungler could he go ahead with against a Joy? Is it going to be an Alpha? Is it going to be an Xborg? Xborg, not so popular, but still works though.
Yep, Xborg might be quite questionable, but still, I still believe that Respect will be going out jungle. He won't be able to sustain that much damage cut. It will be that jungle. He will be onto that jungle position with that retribution. and it won't be that much. The tankiness won't be that much, but Team IGN, they have decided to try out their luck. They have decided to go out with the Khalid, and Jozen will be picking out that Khalid roam, followed by the CCEXP. CC with the Purify. So that is kind of interesting because I was expecting, in order to tank that damage coming off from Fate, the Blade Armor as well as that Vengeance would have been giving carry the damage instead, but apparently that is not the case, and they will be trying to get rid of that crowd control coming up from the side of Team Eliminators. So I gotta ask you, Peachy, both of the drafts are quite strong, but who would be having that early game advantage?
Early game advantage. I believe it will be Team Eliminators who would be having, given the fact that they have the joy best early game jungler that you might be looking at. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you into the third game of the day. You guys are watching Team Eliminators versus Team IGN, both having one score onto their hands. What is it going to be? Third match going on so intense that Zaushan wants to come in for a little bit of information. And Itami, coming back to your question as well. Early game, yes, Eliminators, but we are looking at a three-fighter jungler lineup. Sorry, not a jungler, but three-fighter lineup. That's too much.
Definitely. And carry, Aaron, if not Aaron, actually, it's Fate with the carry. And if his positioning is up to the point and he doesn't get zoned out, then carry will be dishing out a lot of damage. Fighter kind of a sustainable kind of a composition that came up from the side of Team IGN. But okay, an engage coming up will be a first blood. I was talking about the Vengeance. Mirio had the Purify, and early game CC won't be that much sustainable.
That's right about it. While Team Eliminators pressing down the advantage of having the early game for themselves, yes, they're the ones taking it away. Now, onto the other hand, I love how a Bid is comfortably farming. He just wants to chill out. Now, the real world manipulation is something to be seen though, because the hitbox that it gives, the zoning that it gives is really a lot.
I do agree, and they will be trying to focus. They will be trying to focus onto the neutral objective that's going to be the turtle that will be spawning onto the next few seconds. But Aaron the Creator, he is getting quite poked down onto the goal lane side. Carry is having more of an advantage, at least for now, and she is dealing some early game kind of a damage. But Josen?
Oh, look at them. A little bit of a close call for him, but no, he will be safe as of now.
Yep, the flicker was forced out by that Khalid. Raging Sandstorm as well as that be coming up onto that turtle fight, and an uncontested turtle for the side of Team Eliminators. They will be able to get it. It is quite easy kind of a turtle, and they had the first kill for the side too. So slight of a goal lead advantage, but still we gotta keep it on point that Team IGN, they still have the Sicilian for the side. So late game insurance is definitely there, unless that Sicilian gets taken down quite often. Oh,
That's true, but into the mid game, I do see Art coming up with an ejector. A little bit of a slow game for both the sides, but it's okay. It's okay because Team Eliminator is moving towards the bottom lane. Aaron, the Creator, was it going to be? Because either he has to give up the turret or he is giving up his life. But Art moves in with the ejector and his ultimate gets Aaron, the Creator, and Sarah Moon picks up the kill.
Respect is trying to dive in with that look, but still the zoning is not up to the point. But okay.
Okay. Art still surviving. Simon Cross does not connect that very well. At the same time, you do see the high loss coming up. Legend, he is here into the bottom lane, still dealing damage. Fate picks up the kill. Zaushan will be moving down. A marksman taking down a roamer, but no. Has another plans trying to make a re-engage in, and he will be moving backwards.
Yep, and 3 trades for the side of Team Elimination. 3 kills, as well as the booty being early game wise. We did predicted that Eliminators will have a better early game composition, and it is working out for them pretty well. So next few minutes, it will be depending upon the mid as well as the late composition coming up from both sides. The turtle about to be spawning, and looks like, looking at the map control, it might be Team Eliminators once again with the uncontested turtle for the side.
Okay, team Eliminators pressing down their advantages. They are, making sure that they get that early game into their hands.
Yep, and the turtle about to be, yeah, the turtle has already, and they are trying to play that zoning the turtle lane, and looks like Serar Moon as well as Respect are already onto the position to be contesting it. He is back onto the scene, but that electrify.
Oh, the curtain calls are here along with the legend slowing them down with the sacred beast taking down members one by one. But Fate also in a very comfortable position takes away the double kill. Is it going to be a triple? Because Augen not looking very good in position. But killing spree picked up by the Serra Mundo. Oh my god, that's a 2 for 3 trade.
2 for 3, as well as the jungler being taken down from the side of Team IGN. So, okay, electrifying creator, the sanguine claws, but still, okay, Seramun was able to escape. He didn't had his retribution, so he decided not to contest it. He gave it up to fate, and Team Eliminators, they will be able to secure the second turtle.
Let's go. Now, Team IG, and even despite not having a early game into their hands, they are still trying to thrive out of the little bit of HP that they have, because frontliners, yes, very high HP damage. They have to wait it out from the mid game to the late game. 5 minutes into the games, you're talking about, and the creator getting so much pressure, especially Zaujen as well. But Mirio, look at that onto the top lane. We will be looking at him looking so low, and he will be taken down.
Yep, they are able to find that trade, and Mirio onto the Purify onto that scene not work. He is not able to tank that damage, and he is definitely not having that good of an early game as well as the mid game, and the map control looking better for the side of Team Eliminators, at least for now. They will be trying to engage more often, and looks like in terms of the trades, it was Team Eliminators who got the one extra treat compared to the side of Team IGN. So if they are able to keep it up, they will be having more advantage onto the game. They are able to get another tower with that 2 tower advantage already, as well as a 5k gold lead for the side.
There we go, a little bit of a goal into the hands of Team Eliminators. They are thriving with the momentum that they created for themselves. But at the same time, Team IGN, they have to move in quickly. Despite not having mid-game heroes, they still have to find a way. They still have to make sure that they are the ones taking the advantages away from them. But let's just wait and watch, because it is the Sicilian into the hands of Team IGN this time. But Team IGN making a concealed play.
Concealed play in order to take down. I believe they that someone from the side of Team Eliminators, they were trying to win that bot lane, but unfortunately that is not the case. They will be going out for their third objective, that is going to be that third turtle, and it will be another uncontested one, I suppose. And looks like Team IGN, they're definitely not having a good time, but an engage might be coming top side. It won't be happening. The electrifying beats was also played out, as well as the second beast. Okay, the RW.
Oh, look at them, which will be marked down and taken down as well. Look at them, Fate creating a fateful moment for himself. But and the creator does get a good opportunity to take down turrets from the bottom lane.
Indeed, and for the side of Team Eliminators, the carry, it's actually a trump card kind of a pick that actually is coming up, because against the Lucas as well as the CC and the Khalid, it's definitely working like wonders. As soon as the team fights are engaging, Respect is able to dish out some damage with the Sacred Beast, but as soon as he faces that carry, he is immediately getting melted down. So as much as Fate is able to get his core items, it is definitely more troublesome for the side of Team IGN, unless Witch has also only gotten taken down once. If he is able to farm it out, and those Sanguine Claws as well as the Bat Impact is able to dish out some decent amount of damage, then the scenario can be quite different.
That's right about it, but it's just a little bit of a game into the hands of Team Eliminators as of now. Look at them, Legend going in with the glorious pathway, but in turn slowing them down while Team IGN has not accepting the invite of the team fight.
Yes, indeed. And looks like the Lord will be spawning on at the map. They will be having the higher advantage in order to take down that first Lord. And if the Lord, if they are able to sink those lanes, then they will be able to get more objectives. That is going to be those towers. They are able to take it out, then more map control for the side of Team ET. And if they are able to do so, that will be a major win, major win objective for them.
Oh, that's right about it. But a little bit of a slow game, and as you know, Team Eliminators are about to take down the Lord for themselves. Let's take a look at the itemizations coming in. I really love the micro plays coming in from Mirio this time. He picked up the healing crystal. Yep, the healing necklace does work it out very well. But okay, the raging
Oh,
sandstorm wants Art this time, which will be in turn traded out while Art leaves away with sliver of HP.
that is actually a really big trade because the Sicilian was the only insurance.
Oh, oh,
Is
oh.
definitely not a good answer, but onto the mid side, okay, quite peaceful engages, but still they have decided to disengage, and looks like on to all of the lanes, they are trying to sink those lanes in order to end that game as soon as possible.
I see, I see. Team IGN, they're trying to wait for the power spike to come in from and the creator as well as the Sicilian, but they are not able to find the momentum for themselves. Now they have to create it for themselves, but at the same time, the Lord is marching down. While Sarah Moon have been forced out his, electrifying beast. Look at Legend at the back link, which leaves away with barely 10 HP left. Now the hitbox is giving them the damage that they wanted, but Unstoppable picked up by Fate, and four members are down for this. The Lord is there, the crystal is all open, and Team Eliminators picks up a win.
Team Eliminators with the game number 3 and the 2-1 for their side. 2 points ahead, two more in order to secure those grand finals. And Team IGN, they will be requiring three more games. So they are already 1 point behind. And I would say the draft, it didn't work out as expected from the side of Team IGN. And I do believe, Aaron the creator, he was also able to farm it out on the goal lane too, as well as which who was the late game insurance for the side of Team IGN. He was not able to farm it out and hold out onto the late game. It's only the glowing water onto his side and the elegant gem. He was not able to complete those itemizations. And Eliminators, they will be taking this easy win for the side. So it will be 2 more points in order to secure the grand finals realistically. So IGN still have a chance to come back, PG.
Agreed, agreed. Not a performance that we were looking at coming in from the side of Team IGN. They did not think about the early game secure. They did not get a very good early game. But at the side of Team Eliminators, look at that. Look at the score of Fate 603. He has every single item, like every core item on his hand. He's dealing so much damage right from the game, like right from the minute one.
I do agree, and Seramon will be taking the MVP, but I do believe the draft as well as the early as well as the mid advantage way more favorable for the side of Team Eliminators, and they perfectly executed it. So we will be back with game number 4 with more action. It is 2-1, Eliminators having the lead, and they will be trying to extend that lead in order to make that match point and take the grand finals. But if IGN, it will be depending upon how IGN are going to be bouncing back with this. So we will be back as soon as possible. Stay tuned.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you back right here at the MIC. Now, back again. You guys know this is the finale. The stage is all set for the side of Team IGN versus Team Eliminators. Who is it going to be? Because Team Eliminators, who are having 2 points into the hands, while IGN with 1 point. Let's dive into the game number 4. It's me, Peachy, your caster, and along with me, I have Itami today. Hello, Itami. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Peachy. And as we mentioned, Team Eliminators, they are like they already have 2 points onto their marks. So it will be a best of 7, and it will be the four win like four win condition for both of the sides. So IGNs, they still need 3 victories, and Team Eliminators, they only need 2. So onto the previous game, we did see some kind of a domination coming of Eliminators, maybe mostly because of the draft. And if we gotta see like how they are going to Team IGN, how they will be responding onto this best of 7 series coming up, PG.
You know, yes, I want to see how it is going to be happening because Team IG and they have realized that the early game they need it into their hands. Now, coming back to the drop, the chip will be banned along with the joyhead. They don't want to keep it open. Understandable. One of the very good picks coming in from Art, but at the same time, respects Fanny won't be open as well.
Okay, they are banning out Mario's Phobius once again. So that Phobius was definitely a trouble, apparently, for the side of Team Eliminators, because the zoning as well as those Infernal Pursuit plays against a mobility hero is way too good. So the Team IGN, they have decided to trade the first pick as the Matilda. So, in my predictions, it is going to be maybe an alpha or maybe a Suyo pick coming up from the side of Team IGN. Because with an assassin, I do believe Matilda doesn't work out as much as it does with a utility kind of a jungler. That can be the alpha or maybe the Suyo.
Okay, but once again, it's a ceiling going down into the hands of Team Eliminators. Now, this is looking very good for them. But Zaujin, now, Matilda, the evergreen pick, I love this pick. This is one of the heroes that has been into the meta right after she was released as well. So, yes, it works out very well. She's still staying, guys.
Yep, and Team Eliminators, they have decided to rely on to that Sicilian once again. They won't be giving out on that Sicilian to Witch, but instead they will be picking it off for themselves. It is looking quite kind of similar, and as I predicted, with that Matilda, a utility kind of a jungler move works out. So that will be a fighter jungler. It could have been the alpha or maybe the Suyo, but apparently Respect once again picking out that Luke for his side. But maybe it might be kind of a twist this time. So it can be going on onto the EXP or maybe onto the jungle. But we have already seen IGN picking up the Lucas jungle for 2 times. First game it worked out, but second game it didn't. Third game we will be seeing which lane he will be prioritizing.
Your team is banning.
Okay. Now again, but I'm coming on to the play. We are looking at a not a Granger, not a Everethel, but had it. Interesting because whenever you see a Granger, you tend to pick up a Irithel as a counter for it, but not this time. Looks like Aaron the creator has different plans and going in with a Harrod. Talking about laning wise, the whole lane scenario looks very good. But one thing that I want to see is what is it going to be to counter the Sicilian? Is it going to be Eve coming in from which this time?
Highly possible, actually, because Eve, it is one of the signature picks of which he likes relying on range kind of mages, that is the Farsa as well as the. So it can be quite possible. But if Team Eliminators, they have already picked out the Sicilians, another magic damage dealer is definitely. It could have been the Harith, but Aaron has already got his hands onto it. So they are targeting the gold lane. Okay, they are actually it is kind of confusing because Aaron, he has already decided to go out with a. And we often don't see the Harriet jungle, but still, Eliminators, they have decided to go out with a Claude ban, which is quite unexpected, I would say.
Among the planes
Yes,
exists
that's
the
right about it.
equilibrium,
But Team
which I was
Eliminators,
made
look
for.
at that. They know it that Eve might be coming into the play. So, yes, they have banned it all up. Now, what is the other counter left? The first game, yes, you did see a Farsa against the Sicilian. Did not work it out as into the favor of which. But, I'm curious to know. But before that, one ban is still left. So, are we looking at a carry getting banned?
It actually can be the case because Carrie he gave out a lot of trouble in the previous game. But one thing I gotta remind you is both of the goal laners have already been picked up. Aaron with that Harris as well as Danger onto the goal lane. So Eliminators, they don't want to be wasting out on a man, and they have decided to go. So we did predicted that IGN, which would have been prioritizing the, but apparently that won't be the case. And in my prediction, maybe it can be the Farsa this time.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Okay. Maybe or maybe not. Let's just wait and watch because Sarah Moon just picked up a Joy. Now, Joy works it out very well. Last game, yes, it worked out into their favor, but oh my god, the big people are coming in. Mirio with the Suyu as well as Witch with the Farsa. This was the only counter left for Sicilian, but this time around, they would love to try to, uh, you know, uh, come up with a better plan to how to take down the Sicilian. The early game was there, the mid game was there. Talking about the game number one that happened, also into the game number two. But coming to game number three, it was a three fighter composition, not a ideal composition, but they kind of made it work in a way that the early game was there, but the mid game not at all. But okay, Art, is it going to be a Tigreal?
Nah, it is going to be the Khalid instead, the sand boy coming up onto the land of dawn. And we are seeing some, kind of twist coming up from the side of Team IGN. They did went out for the Lucas, but this time it's not going to be the Lucas Jungle, but it is going to be EXP. So Respect will be getting the Suyo. They have, they have that sustainability for the side, and for the healing, they have the method. So, in my opinion, like in my prediction, the win condition for the side of Team IGN is early game, dominate the early game as much as possible. They have the Granger for the side as well. They have the Sicilian for the side. Early game damage won't be there, and they will be completely relying onto their stacks. So IGN, they should be taking the highest advantage of it as much as possible. They have the Harriet as well as the Lucas side. So let's see how well they will be executing it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the with game number 4, and this is going to be Team IGN going up against Team Eliminators. Eliminators with the 2 points already onto the red side, taking on Team IGN with 1 point onto the blue side. So here we go onto the land of Dawn, PG.
Let's go. Let's see what will be the outcome of this match. While the mid lane pressure is already there, you cannot escape the Khalid. You want to make sure to get the lane cleared as soon as possible, but they are trying to hold off minions of which though.
Yep. Okay. Early game, like has already been coming up. Sides. Art, he won't be that much tanky onto the early game phases. At the end of the day, that is a Khalid, so he won't be as much sustainable as a normal tank is. So for the zonings, he is definitely there, but onto the early game phases, or like when it comes to sustaining the damage, he won't be able to contribute that much as he is expected from the side of Team Eliminators. Oh, okay.
Okay, a little bit of a skirmish trying to look for the first blood, which now he comes up with the flicker along with the guiding winds. Now he is safe and sound, not being the meat for the first blood. Now at the same time, I do see Badang making big moves though.
Indeed, and for now they will be focusing on the neutral objectives, that is going to be getting that level 4 mark as soon possible, which like Bit is almost level 4, and he will be sharing some EXP buffs like EXP minions with the EXP trainer in order to get that level 4 mark. And Fate, he will be waiting it out onto the gold tower. So Aaron has already decided to retreat, and maybe Fate might be coming up on with some hits onto the gold tower, which will be giving some advantage on when it comes to laning against the.
Agreed. And at the same time, there's no first blood, so that means you would be looking at it during the total, which is going to be happening right now. The total is here. 25 seconds have been passed, but at the same time, look at that Bit looking quite low though. Mirio with the Sacred Beast trying to take him on, but no, he just missed his skills, and Bit will be walking away safely.
Oh, the raging sandstorm as well as onto that far side. Okay, which is quite low. He will be taken down. Legend. The first blood going out for the side of Team Eliminators. Serarmon quite low as well. That will be a double for Legend. But Jozen is able to find a trade. Serarmon, the jungler, gets taken down. But okay, that will be the third member for the side of Team IGN falling. And it will be a 3-for-1. But the turtle won't be contested because it was Serarmon for the side of Team IG that falled. And it was the jungler. So they won't be contesting for the turtle. But they got the traits that they wanted onto the team.
That's right, that's right. Look at them, the turtle being taken into the hands of Team Eliminators, and yes, Moon sweeps it away. Now, Team Eliminators, they have been getting the early game control into their hands. Contrary to the gameplay that we have been seeing from the past few weeks, they are known to make moves around the mid game to the late game and not the early game. So this change is definitely refreshing to watch.
Yes, indeed. And we were expecting early game domination coming out from the side of Team IGN, looking at the composition, but apparently Team Eliminators are the ones who got more of their trade. They just got the title for their side too, as well as the gold lead being quite favorable for their side at least. And looks like they will be trying to gank up onto that bot lane as soon as possible, because if Aaron the Creator gets farmed up, then definitely it might be quite troublesome for the side of Team EG to do.
Oh, a little bit of a poking coming in from Art this time. Look at them. They just want to make sure to get enough damage onto themselves so that they will be low, and Saramon would be coming in and sweeping away all the kills for themselves. Now, Team IGN moving in 4-man rotation into the mid lane, but they will be cut off though. Look at the position coming in, and Art goes in with the raging sash from Respect looking quite low though. He has to move back, trying to heal up a little bit, but the fist crack will be here from Legend. Now, you're talking about Witch popping the Ferret Strike, dealing so much damage, but Art, look at him, he's not stopping it. You're talking about Mirio also trying to deal some damage, and once again Art leaves in 1 HP.
Yes, indeed, and Art is able to save life. Still, IGN, if they are able to, then it might be kind of a different scenario. But onto the early game phases, it should have been quite the opposite, because looking at the composition, it should have been Team IGN who would have having the higher early game advantage, but it's the opposite, at least for now. The turtle has already been spawned, and looks like they will be coming up with another fight. Serarmon with that overextension will be dying, which will be able to get a kill. It will be a killing spree for Fate, though they are trying to over-engage, but still Sicilian is trying to dish out some decent amount of damage, but the guiding will be able to save that Matilda. For now, it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Serarmon will be taken down, but it will be the goal laner for the side of Team IG, and Aaron will be also the one falling down.
Wow, nice trade coming up from the side of Team. Both the sides, they try to make sure to deal so much damage, but into the hands of Team Eliminators, they have won it all. Now, talking about the same, Fate will be taking down the tier 3 turret, talking about the first turret to go down, but at the same time, Mirio versus Legend. Look at that, Mirio comes in with the Sacred Beast bomb, but the Guiding Winds will be helping him to go safely into the turret, but no, Saramon sweeps in at the right moment.
Yep, they are still trying to, engage more with that team. Bit doesn't have that much. Didn't contribute that much onto that team fights coming up. The Feather Strike being used out by Witch in order to clear out that turret, and it might be another uncontested turtle side of Team Eliminators. The zoning coming up from this is way too good, and it will be actually be an uncontested turtle for their side. Looks like the early as well as the mid game being favorable for the side of Team EG.
Agreed. Team Eliminators with 6 kill onto their hands already while they are looking for more turrets. Now, definitely they will be trying to take out as much as possible, but at the same time, mid lane, look at that. The pressure is all on, and Team IGN cannot give away the mid lane turret. They are aware of that, but are moving in so proactively around the map 24/7, making sure that they have been dealing so much damage. But what is it going to be? Mirio, look at that.
Yep, and okay, another engage might be coming up. Trying to, but he will be immediately caught up from Legend with those first crack as well as the wall play coming from the Badang. So Matilda, she won't be, onto the early as well as onto the mid game. As I mentioned, she won't tank that much of a damage as much support as much as a tank does. Okay, Respect will be taken down once again. Fate with that kill, as well as Lucas trying to engage onto that team fight. Mirio won't be able to tank that damage. Fate will be able to get a double. Sanguine Claws coming up from him. The Flicker also being forced out. Alan the Green was trying to defend it, which is able to get Legend down. Fate is quite low, and he will be deciding to take quite a safe option, I would say. As soon as Legend is taken down, the frontliner has been gone because Art is still clearing that mid lane.
Once again, Eliminators, they have been taking that momentum into their hands and making sure that they will be getting as much as advantages into their hands. Now, I love how Art is there onto the flank as much as possible. You know that he is going to be coming up with a Raging Sandstorm at the back lanes, but at the same time, they don't have any insurance to stop the Khalid from jumping.
I do agree, and the Lord already being spawned. Looks like Eliminators contested take that Lord down. In terms of the map control, Team Eliminators, they already have the 3-tower advantage as well as the gold lead being favorable for their side. So it might be an uncontested Lord unless IGN comes up with a clutch play with that Matilda as well as the Suyo, but it won't be happening because Eliminators will be taking down the Lord. Okay, Saran was trying to engage onto Jozen, but Jozen, he will be retreating it out, and looks like Team Eliminators, they should be waiting instead of trying to over engage onto any team fights.
That's true. And the concealed play coming in from the Art. Are we looking at a team fight? But no, they just want to take away the turret from the hands of Team IG. And the Lord will be coming in very, very soon. You're talking about a level 1 Lord. But making moves. Mr. Armoon tries to go in, but no, he knows the inhibitor will be a problem for him. No trades made though.
Yep, and Team Eliminators, the lanes, it is quite up to the point, but onto the tower, they will be trying to prioritize that mid tier 2 tower. They will be able to do so quite easily. It's only the inhibitor towers remaining for IGN, and looks like the shield has also been taken down. The Lord spawning from the mid side, they will be trying to engage, and I do believe Legend he still has his flicker, so he can be coming up with that wall combo as well as those first cracks. So it will, like, the complete scenario will be depending upon the next team fight.
That's true, team IGN. They have to defend this Lord which is coming in while the inhibitors are going down very fast, which gets caught into the Sanguine Claws while Legend trying to make a play in with the fist crack. He's just waiting it out, but it's okay.
Okay, they are not, they are just playing it out quite patiently, which is actually a good overextension. It's like a double-edged sword. It either costs you or either comes up with the advantage you actually need. But looks like Eliminate. Okay, they are able to. Legend was trying to get the fist crack onto Respect, but still the engage is still up to the point. But that damage, Serar Moon will be able to get a kill, and Mirio will be taken down, and are trying to engage more quite often. It's only 4 members for the side of Team IGN remaining, and from the mid, the minion are still marching. I guess Team Eliminators, they will be prioritizing bot inhibitor tower. That's the only tower remaining for the side of Team IGN, and the defense will be way tough now. Farsa coming up with that feather tail strike in order to clear those lanes as fast as possible, but looks like Team ET, they will be retreating it, and they will be going for the second Lord instead.
A little bit of a slow game coming in while the inhibitors are already down. Team IG, and they have to farm up. They have to close the farm difference that you're looking at. 10,000 farm difference. Not looking good, but at the same time, the Lord is here. Just 2 seconds left onto the uh, counter, but team eliminators, they set their eyes already.
Yep, and the Lord already being spawned. Okay, looks like Team IGN, they will be trying to, but Respect will be taken down on. Moon will be able to get that Lord. Badang was trying to engage with those first strike. He won't be able to do so, but still the engages are still there. The Feather Air Strike coming up from which in order to clear it. But still, Meteor will be trying to tank that much damage, but he will be taken down from the hands of Fate. It will be a killing spree as well as a kill for Fate. And it's only two members for the side of Team IGN remaining. Zaman for play was there, but Aaron the Creator will be bursted down. Team Eliminators with the match point, and the taking the game number 5.
Oh my god. What again coming in from the side of Team Eliminators? This Sicilian is definitely a thing for them. Team IGN, time by time, they are trying to counter it out, but no, they are not able to. But at the same time, what a game coming in.
I highly agree. And win priority is mostly the previous game, it didn't work out because they, Team Eliminators made sure that Witch won't be getting the farm that he is supposed to get, and they ended the game as soon as possible. For the side of Team Eliminators, they had the reliability, they had the side, but Granger, he already got those stacks, so he was able to deal that damage that they needed in order to wipe them out, and they decided to focus onto their objectives. They were able to do so, and Team Eliminators, they will be getting the match point, and they are just one victory away. It will be 3-1 for the side of Team IG. So it either may be a 4-1, or it may be, if Team IGN, they have different plans, they might be coming up. Whether ever sweep may be, we don't know.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you back to the game number 5 in this best of 7 series. You guys already know this is the MIC Moba India Championship, where the legends are going to rise and making sure that they will be leaving away with glory. You're talking about Team IGN versus Team Eliminators. What is it going to be? I'm your caster PT, the voice of the match, and along with me I have Itami. Hello, Itami. You have been there from the game number 2, 3, and respectively till now. How do you think this game would be going on?
I do believe, looking at the dominance, I that Team Eliminators, they might be completely sweep IGN out, or maybe IGN might be coming up with a clutch play and they might be coming up with a reverse sweep. We don't know, but still, this is going to be a match point for the side of Team Eliminators. They are just one victory away, and this is going to be a do or die situation for the side of Team IGN instead. So it will be a battle for glory. And looking at the bans, they have decided, Team IGN have decided to completely not give Art his chip, because we do know Art is, that is one of his signature picks, one thing, and Chip has got adjusted too. So he can be teleporting anywhere, coming up with those shortcut plays, and completely changing the scenario of the.
That's right about it. But the Phobias being one of the classic bands coming in from the side of Team Eliminators along with the Fanny. They don't want to open the Fanny. They don't want to open a Granger when they are onto the blue side. Maybe the first pick would be a Sicilian once more, but let's just wait and watch what will happen. But other than that, look at that. Okay, we are talking about a Zushin getting banned. Now, the last ban, it should be a Harrod, don't you think so?
I do believe so, because they have decided to ban out the Granger. So both Fate as well as Aaron, they are quite comfortable with the Granger. It is expected. And Team IGN, they don't want Art to get that Matilda too, so they have decided to ban it out. They picked it out for their side previously, and it didn't work out quite as they expected. So Art, he will be locking in the high loss immediately. A flex pick has already been locked up, so we are yet to see which lane high loss will be going. But looking at the composition of Team Eliminators onto the previous games, I do believe that is going to be a high loss EXP.
Okay. Let's wait and watch. What is it going to be? Matilda getting banned. Sarah Moon once again with the joy. You know, Joy is one of the classic picks right here today. Time by time, we have been seeing why the Joy has been getting picked. But to counter a Joy, a Team IGN, they have to pick up some measures right now.
I do agree, and Sicilian can be it, but still his mobility, like Sicilian, lacks a lot of. He can be easily targeted off early as well as on phases of the game. I do know which positioning. He is one of the best mage players on India, but Sarar Moon, we gotta keep it in mind that he is also one of the best. Both of these both of these veterans, they will be battling it out, and Sicilian, he will be waiting it out on late game phases. If he is able to get that power spike, if he's able to get those stacks as well as those itemizations, then maybe Team IGN will be coming on to this.
And this is the reason why that both of these teams are at the finals, right? The strongest of the strongest team coming into the finals. Yes, I want to see how the teams will be moving to make sure that they are the ones dominating, because the pressure is on onto the side of Team IG, and they have to win this match, to be staying in this competition, to stay into this tournament and try to take it away. But at the same time, Team Eliminators, look at them, match point for them.
Indeed, and looking at the bans, Team IGN, they have decided to ban out a flex pick that is going to be that Katur Kacha. Could have been going on to the EXP, or maybe because Hylos, he is still a flex pick for the side of Team. But as I said, it might be an Hylos EXP depending upon their composition. And Team Eliminators, they have decided to go out with the Harith once again. Aaron, the creator, he is getting quite locked down, because Harith as well as the Granger, that is one of his signature picks, and they are not giving out his Harith as well as Team IGN. They don't want that bush lady to be ambushing onto bushes. Hilda will be banned out, and Team Eliminators, they will be proceeding with the final ban.
Good bans coming in from both the sides, but at the same time, I want to see a Irithel coming onto the play. Maybe or maybe not. Let's just wait and watch. Now that the Granger as well as the Harith is banned, we might be looking at the same. But one last ban left. What are your predictions? Oh, before we can
Oh,
say
oh,
anything, Badang, big moves, but the Khalid is still open.
yep. So Khalid can be, Khalid was actually picked up of Team IGN, and it didn't work out onto that game. But maybe onto this game, we might be seeing some different kind of a scenario. Mario still has his CC as well as the Phobius is also open. No, the Phobius is banned out actually, my bad. And the CC is also there as well as the there, but both of these picks they didn't work out onto those previous games. And as we mentioned, the Granger as well as Hadith getting banned out, the Irithel was open. So she is also one of the S tier gold laners onto the game right now, PG.
Agreed. That's right about it. But as I expected that I wanted to see a Irithel coming onto the play, we might be getting it from the side of Team Eliminators. Look at them now. Legend. He is still waiting it out to lock his hero. Maybe you're talking about a Terizla coming in, or they just try to push the high loss into the EXP. And yes, that is the case. EXP high loss Tigreal onto their side, but at the same time, they have to stop the Tigreal right now. What is the answer? What is the answer, Itami?
Legend with that Tigreal pick, but I do believe it. Art and Tigreal with those implosion plays, he can be the game changer. But Team IGN, they have decided to experiment it out once again onto those previous two games. Actually, yeah, onto the previous two games, IGN has picked out the Lucas 3 times. 2 times onto the jungle, 1 time onto the EXP. It worked out onto the jungle once, but onto the previous two games, it didn't work out at all. And they have decided to experiment it out once again with Mirio going out onto that EXP Lucas. So it will be completely depending upon that execution. And if you ask me regarding the draft, Eliminators, they have the early game kind of a position. So if they are able to dominate onto the early game, it will be favorable for their side.
Agreed. Let's just wait and watch what this match holds because Eliminators once again into the upper hand of having a match point onto their hands. They will be trying to push the early game into their hands. They will be trying to push the mid game onto their hands to win this match. But ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you into the land of dawn. You guys are talking about the 5th match of the day.
Indeed, and this is going to be a match. But IGN, it is a do or die situation for them. So we gotta see how well they will be responding with it. Respect, he has decided to go out with signature picks, that is the Hayabusa. So it will be completely depending upon the execution this time. But the ejector play will be coming off from the Jawhead quite earlier on, but still Art will be able to sustain that much damage for now, at least.
Okay, no first blood. I was expecting the first blood to be coming in as early as this, but the Joy. Again, we might be looking at the Joy doing the same. Let's just wait and watch. Maybe we would be looking at the Eve going down, or maybe the Sicilian going down. But top lane pressure, you're looking at the Respect jumping in, but he's not level 4 yet.
Yep. So the OEG Shadow Kill would have been coming up quite handy, but he is not level 4 yet. Engages or up to that point won't be quite worth it. And the turtle being about to be spawned, Serar Moon is already level 4. Looks like onto the top side we might be seeing up some engage.
Okay, Art looking 50% of his HP low, but Respect, his shadows were not on point. He could have gotten the Irithel, but sad to see, no first blood yet.
Indeed, and the turtle being about to spawn on the next few seconds. Grab the damage will still not be enough. Believe it will be the turtle spawning, and I do believe Team Eliminators, they will be having a bit of a high advantage when it comes to the turtle team fight. But okay, Legend was getting quite poked down.
Okay, but onto the bottom lane, Hylos getting a little bit of a pressure from the Sicilian as well as the Lucas. Now Art does join in at the right moment, but the Witch, he's not level 4. That's going to impact a little bit.
Yep, I do agree. Those, Bat Feast would have been quite handy for was already level 4, but looks like it will be an uncontested title for the side of Team IG. Quite some different scenarios we did see from the previous 3 games, PT. So, this might be actually a good advantage for the side of Team IGN.
Agreed. Look at that. I was expecting a first blood to be coming in around the turtle area, but they have been just like just took it there into their hands with no question asked. So yes, that is a surprising move. But IGN, yes, they are not trying to give away the early game.
Yep, and the first blood is yet to be drawn, but this time the has might be the first blood for the side of Team IGN, which will be able to take it. And Lucas is still trying to engage onto that team fights, and looks like Team IGN, they have finally found the open. Okay, there might be some engages coming up from the mid side as well, but still the poking games are only going out for now. Looking at the goal lead, Team IGN, they have slight of goal lead as well as the blood being drawn for their side, and looks like the Jozen as well as Witch, they will be trying to engage onto the top side anytime soon.
Okay, yep. They are trying to put a pressure onto the Irithel this time, but at the same time, look at that. Jawhead moves in.
Oh!
Projector on Fate, but Respect jumps in with the Shadow Girl. Fate moves away with the sliver of HP, but now you're looking at Art going down.
Art just got taken down, but this time that over play has been coming up onto Serar Moon. Jozen was trying to engage, but Mirio will be able to find Serar Moon onto their Legend is quite low as well. The Sanguine Claws has been used out by the Sicilian, and looks like Legend will be taken down to Team IG, and they are finally back. They will be able to find more of a trade for the side, and the turtle being spawned, and looks like it will be an uncontested turtle once again, unless Team Eliminators they decide to engage onto that turtle.
That's right about it. But the turtle being spawned now, Team IGN. Look at that, 4 kills already into their hands. Now they're trying to take in one. But with the quicker implosion, the Purify would be coming in from Vic, and he is saved. Bid will be taken down by this Lucas. Now they would be trying to go in for more, but which will be traded out. Sarah Moon jumping in with the right moment. Now Lucas might be next onto the chopping block, looking quite low still. Legend moving towards the turret. Fate is still there, and the heavy crossbow not connecting. One more shot was near. One more shot was needed to take down the Lucas, and he lives to see another day.
Eliminators, they are getting eliminated, in terms of trying to overextend the team fight, and that is what exactly happened. They tried to chase down Mirio. Legend was HP2, but he was not able to do so, and he was immediately taken down. That might be one thing they will be trying to, avoid. But I do believe Team IGN, they have the late game insurance, which has already got 2 kills for his name. He got taken down once, but if he is able to get those 4 items and those stacks, he will be, having that late game insurance for the side. And looking at the early as well as the game phases, it's Team IGN actually with more of an advantage.
I do agree with you into this, because 7 kills already into their hands. We are talking about 2,000 gold difference. This is definitely into their hands. But at the same time, now Team Eliminators, they are getting the pressure of not getting kills into their hands. Yes, the Joy was working the first few games. Now this game also, they are trying to make it work, but no. Oh, look at Art.
Oh, he is trying to engage once again onto the team. Has been down. And Jozen will be taken down onto the process, which is quite low. The glorious pathway play coming up, and which will be taken down this time. That will be a double for Serar Moon. He will be able to escape with bare amount of HP, and that will be a 3-for-1 trade. Looks like Eliminators are back. They were able to find those trades, and they are back onto the game.
Look at them. Just one trade was enough to take down. That was a 0 for 3 trade you're looking at, guys. That was a very good trade. But at the same time, I would love to commend Art though, because he's the one making all those flicker implosion plays, trying to scout them out, trying to zone them out. But oh, okay, Zaujin was spotted in.
Yep, the turtle, it will be contested from both of the sides there. Looking at the map, and Team IGN, they still have more of a map control because they have the 2 tower advantage for their sides. Team IGN, they do have the map control, but Team Eliminators, if they decide to come up with a clutch play like they did previously, then we might be seeing some different kind of a scenario once again.
That's right about it, but the pressure is on onto the turtle. Look at them. Implosion coming in from RT. 2 people being caught now. Respect will be taken down along with Mirio. Mirio is still waiting it out with the Sacred Beast form now, and the creator gets Serrar Moon. Now they are trying to get it for more, but the hitbox is not letting them.
Indeed, and okay, Jawhead comes up with that. Chosen was trying to get the high loss with that ejector. He was not able to, so he got that minion instead. So they have decided to disengage, but slowly but surely, Eliminators are getting back their goal lead, as well as they are trying to take down that tower, which will give them the equal amount of shields. But okay, Shadow Kill has been, which was trying to engage with those sanguine claws, connecting onto nobody. The glorious pathway was used out in order to retreat, so the resource was quite, the resource has actually been taken down.
I do agree with you. Itami, look at them. It is Team Eliminators trying to make a comeback for themselves. Now, this is looking very great on the side, but at the same time, Adam the Creator, he's farming up. He's on a carry. We did see how the last match carry was dominating, and this time it is this carry. It just shifted from a Sicilian to the carry this time.
Yup, and Aaron, it completely depends upon him, but look, now from okay, the Purify was forced out from Aaron the Creator, but still he will be taken down onto the process. And the Purify as well as the kill trade for the side of Team Eliminator. So it's quite a worth it trade. I would say the Oichi Shadow Kill was also being used out by the Hayabusa, but the damage will still not be enough. If it was only Fate, then Fate would have been taken down, but instead it was 2 of the beefiest heroes from the side of Team Eliminators. That is the Hylos as well as the Tigreal, who got connected onto that Obi Shadow Kill.
Then what a match coming in. What a plays coming in from both the teams. Even though it's kind of getting late at night, they are still making sure that the games are getting interesting for you guys. Look at that. Eliminators moving towards the side of the river area of the Lord, making sure that they get it into their hands. But, they haven't spotted Zaushan yet. Oh, he will be spotted.
Yup, the Lord has already been spawned, and Team Eliminators, they won't be overextending any team fights for now. They are aware of the fact that Team IGN, they have their map control too, because the tower advantage is equal for both of the sides, and looks like they will be waiting out for that Lord, trying to bait it out. Actually, Respect is still waiting onto that push. This time, Fate might be taken down. The be able to escape, the missiles will be able to take him down, and that will be a 3-for-0 trade for the side of Team IGN. Immediately they have been fallen down, and it's like it might be an uncontested dot for the side of Team IGN. They are trying to engage, and Serrar Moon is still alive. He might be coming up with a clutch play, but it is 5 of the members for the side of Team IGN who are still alive, and it will be the first Lord being taken down from the side of Team IGN.
Okay, you're talking about the level 1 Lord marching in now. Both the sides, the turret looks a little bit, same, but the Lord advantage into the hands of Team IGN. Look at that Lord already marching down from the bottom lane. You will be expecting a lot of turrets to be falling down, especially the tier 2 turrets, because that is one thing Team IGN needs is more than ever as of now.
I do agree, and Team Eliminators, they might be able to get out maybe because Respect was trying to come up with Witchy Shadow Day, but it was Legend this time. Taking down Fate was one of the main objectives, and they were able to do so. So if they are able to keep it up with with it once again, then maybe the scenarios might be quite similar. IGN might be taking that game, but if Art comes up with that implosion play on 2 or 3 people, the scenario might be quite different.
True. That's true. He has been giving a very good implosion though, but we do need to give props to Zaujan as well. He has been making very good ejector plays, especially throwing out Fate out of the team fights. Forcing him in a position that he's not very comfortable with, trying to catch him off guard. Yes, they have been trying to do the same, but right now, team. Eliminators are still fighting for the momentum because they still don't have it in their hands.
Yep, and I guess Team IGN, the another lord, unless Team Eliminators they decide to engage, and both of the teams they are trying to play it out quite disciplinedly. The goal lead is quite equal, and Team IGN they only have one tower advantage for their side even after they took the lord. So the game it can be going out for any of the sides. It depends upon the initiation this time, which team decides to initiate and which team comes up with more of the trades compared to the others.
Yes, that's the game. This is Mobile Legends 5v5, and you know that that's how you're going to play. One team is going to be getting onto the throne, but let's just wait and watch who is it going to be because team uh, Eliminators they are not backing down. Definitely, they want to get it as much as possible. Now taking down a turret right in front of Fate, damn, that's definitely a bold move that I wasn't expecting.
Indeed, and Team Eliminators they were able. Yeah, it was Eliminators, right?
Yes,
Yep.
Eliminators who took down the turret.
So the tower is, the tower trades is right. So that means that equal enough, and looks like the Lord will be spawning onto the next few seconds. The concealed play coming up from there. IGN is the sanguine claws as well as the pat impact was there, but still the damage will still not be enough. Team IGN they were able to bait it out, and they have decided to contest for the Lord. Art has already come up with a concealed play. They are trying to engage once again, but Fate is right there. Jawhead comes up, ejector play onto Fate. The OG Shadow Kill has also been used out. Oh my god, that was really good concealed. The implosion play and Hayabusa will be taken down. Both will be, both of the teams will be getting a 1-for-1 trade. Art will be taken down. Still, it was Respect who was taken down from the side of Team IGN. The jungler has been, the retribution has been gone, and they can be going out for another trade. But Chosen, they have decided to go out for Chosen. The map control is definitely favorable for the side of Team Eliminators now, and looks like the Lord will be going out for the side.
Okay, this is kind of a deja vu moment coming in from the game number 2, where Team Eliminators were winning the late game, and this time around, we are looking at the same. The Lord moving in from the top lane this time. This is directly going towards the inhibitors, The team IGN have to make sure that they are not looking making sure that the lane sync will be disrupted, and if they don't, they are losing those inhibitors.
I highly agree. Now it only depends upon the initiation coming on the side of Team Eliminators. One good play, and we might be crowning champions for the side of Team MIC. But we will not underestimate the potential of IGN here, and the scenario of this game might be depending upon Team Fight. The glorious pathway has already, and looks like Fate might be taken down on tank that damage. Respect is quite low. Serar Moon decides to dive in. The shadow has been used out. Art comes up with the concealed play, and Respect will be taken down. This time, Bet is finally able to get a kill, and looks like they are trying to engage once again. They are only able to get the top inhibitor tower, but Respect was taken down. The big minions are still spawning. Josen is trying to get the Winterground has been used out, but Witch won't be able to survive that one. But still, Witch is able to fight a trade. Sarar Moon comes up with a trade. That will be a double as well as a kill for Fate. And Legend as well as Witch going on 1v1, but Witch will be able to find the double kill. It's only one and one member remaining for the side of Team IGN as well as Team Eliminators. But I do believe Fate will be able to get at least one more tower, or maybe not, because Sicilian's lane clearing is way too good.
That's true. Heroes that Team IGN has picked. Yes, this is for the same reason because the last few games we did see how it was not working into their favor. Even though they were the ones who picked up the Farsa, but this time around that was a very good defense. Good defense though.
Indeed, and they were able, they were able to get forwards for the why they were able to defend it somehow. And late game Sicilian, you gotta respect it that he has a lot of potential onto the late game, and his lane clearance is way too good, and which he went one on one against kill. And looks like Team Eliminators, they have to wait it out for the next Lord as well. And if Team IGN comes up with a clutch play, then it might be a different kind of a scenario.
That's true. And let's talk about the itemization a little bit since this is a slow game coming in. Add in the creator. He is fully built. He doesn't need anything more. Talking about the same, yes, Fate does hold on to the same stand-off point, but with 12,000 gold onto their hands. Look at that. Both the marksmen having 12,000, but oh, I do see a team fight coming in.
Oh, Aaron, the creator is able to find a trade legend. And art is quite low as well. Respect will be able to find a trade. That will be a 2-1 for the side of Team IGN. And looks like they will be retreating it out. No trades after trades, but still, you gotta give props to the side of Team IGN. They are actually holding it out. And looks like they have to wait it out in order to take down that Lord. Serarmon is still there, but the zoning would be better for the side of Team IGN because the main frontliner art has been taken down.
That's true. That's true. No more explosion as well as legend with the slows. But at the same time, this Lord, to 18th minute Lord, this is looking quite scary though. Even on the map itself, the red aura onto him. Look at that.
Yes, indeed. And looks like the Lord has already been spawned. Team IGN or maybe Team Element will be contesting it anytime soon. Hylos is trying to engage onto that Lord lane, but still the vision is still not enough. Eliminators, they are trying to engage more onto the mid side, and looks like Team IGN will be the one trying to contest for the Lord first. They are actually baiting it out. It is the 18th minute Lord, the Luminous Lord. So whichever team gets it, they will be having the higher advantage. But I do believe it will be a bloodshed this time. They will be going out with those trades, and looks like they will be trying to engage. Okay, implosion play has been used out of which will be taken. We are not stoppable for Fate, and immediately Team Eliminators have found their opening. It's only Respect as well as Anna the Creator. Remaining Respect is able to find a trade. Legend has been taken down. Bit is able. Bit was trying to land some poke. Fate is trying to engage in, but it would be safer for the side of Team Eliminators if they went out for the Lord. But okay, they have their minions, and maybe they will be trying to get the mid inhibitor tower. They will be able to do so most probably, and they are able to do so. The minions are quite up to the point. It's only Fate as well as Aaron the Creator remaining to defend the base. The base is wide open. Team Eliminators will be winning the MIC Moba India Championship, and they will be crowned the victors. They won't be waiting for the Lord. They will be directly ending onto the base, and there we go.
Drum roll, please. Team Eliminators have been crowned as the champions right here. Oh my god, what a match coming in.
Definitely, and that last team fight engage was everything. As soon as Art decided to go out with two-man implosion plays, which as well as one of the members from the side of Team IGN fallen down, it was only Aaron the Creator as well as Respect remaining onto the base. The minions was there. They decided to end it, and it was a wise decision. Eliminators will be taking the series with 4-1.
Damn, the reverse sweep was definitely into their favor. Look at that. What a game coming in, And talking about the item, like the damage as well. That's really a lot of damage coming in from both the sides, and I love how Team Eliminators made sure to have the team fight participation above 70%. So that's one thing to look at it.
Yep, definitely. And IGN, compared to the previous three games, they actually fought it out on this game. We were expecting maybe IGN would have come up with a sweep, but it didn't happen. The better side won, and it was Team Eliminators for today. So IG, congratulations for the side of Team IG. They will be taking the second place, but it will be Team Eliminators who will be winning the MOBA India Championship, PG.
Yes, that's true. And a word of gratitude for you guys as well. You guys have been up for so long. I know it's kind of getting late. You guys were excited for the giveaways as well. It's yet to be happening. But I would love to thank every single person who was there at the audience, who are working as the into the back end as well, because of that this tournament came into the shape, came into a form, and we have eliminators as our winner. So I am happy to be here. I'm pretty sure all the other casters here, even the streamer, even the organizers, even the referees, I'm pretty sure you guys had fun. But it's not the end. It's not the end. We will be having many more seasons, so I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely we are, and we won't be. We will be proceeding with the giveaway as possible. So, Pichi, please take it away.
And yes, you guys are waiting for giveaways. I know that. I am looking at the chat. I'm looking at you guys. But yes, what a day. What a game coming in from all the sides. And Nana. Hello, Nana. How are you feeling today? We got eliminators as a champions.
Yeah, feeling great. Tired too much.
Yes,
Oh
I
my god.
understand. I understand. It's like 12, almost going to 12 a.m. I know. All the players, all the participants are waiting for it. So let's go ahead with the giveaways.
Yeah, wait. Give me a list of members. Guys, I will do jaldi wala, like I will not going to do that duck wala race. उसमें काफ़ी time चला जाएगा and I'm legit tired. I just want to end फटाफट. ठीक है? So please guys don't mind. मुझे कोई list दे दो. Winners list जो भी है. Heads off to both of you casters. Yeah, continuously you are saying.
Thank
Heads off,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. Also, you too. You were the one streaming from 7 o'clock. That's a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Chalo, I got list. Let's do spinning.
Let's go. Let's go. And yes, it is going to be a spin. Don't worry, guys.
Normal spin. आज बत के भगाने की मेरे में हिम्मत नहीं है guys. Legit I am tired. Wait. आज बत के नहीं भागेगी. रुक जाओ. So ठीक है. Let's do फटाफट spin and end the live stream. चलो. Congratulations to the winner. Oh wait, Discord पे मैं screen share कर देती हूँ for you both. Wait.
Okay. I believe it's not going on stream also. Oh, हाँ
नहीं, wait. Let me show you this on screen. Okay.
हाँ.
चलो. Congratulations to the winner. Give me your game ID and server ID.
He is a caster. Wait a minute.
Mm.
Once is a caster.
Once.
Bro, I was just. Where is Wands? Okay, let me share it to him.
बोलो भाई गेम आईडी सर्वर आईडी दो.
Wands is. I guess he's Gayab.
Wow, I guess he is गायब. Very nice.
Okay.
You,
Bro,
I see Debbie and Zivo in the chat also. Hello, guys.
okay, Wands won, but Wands is present.
Yep.
He needs to be present, right? Wands is AFK for sure. I do believe.
ठीक है चलो तो should
Wait
I
a minute.
escape him?
Wait a minute. I did. Okay.
कॉल
He
करके
might,
बुला
yeah,
लो.
he might be casting.
हाँ तो मे बी ही इज बिजी.
Mhm.
चलो ठीक है,
He
स्लिप करते
slipped.
हैं.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Let's find a first winner.
Unfortunate ones. Leah, please. Isn't she like YouTuber as well?
Yes.
Congratulations. Give me a game idea and already.
She is not there as well.
Damn, bro.
Wait, like wait for 2 minutes, please. Chat is saying AFK, AFK. I do believe she's AFK as well. Oh, I forgot to give my name. Will it be okay if I give it right now? Is it done? Oh, it is there. Never mind. I did.
Heck yeah.
No, no, it's there. It's there.
Give me a game idea and already. हाँ
Oh,
दो.
I don't think Dia Blaze is active on the chat right now. No, I
है
oh,
don't
she
see
is
her.
there.
Oh, hey. Okay,
There.
okay. Never mind. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Leah.
Bolty. I think we found a new Leah place. Look at that. Bolty claiming as Leah place.
Just Bolty with Dia Blaze. Once can I have it instead? Once ka pass ho gaya. It has been passed out to someone else because he was not present. So
Give me your game idea and server ID. जल्दी यार.
Nana's about to sleep in stream.
My back is paining like legit. It's me. I know it's you. Give me your game ID and server ID. Thank you.
Okay. She already did.
Hmm.
She
Got it.
already
Got
did
it.
send her ID. Yeah.
चलो.
Chalo, one more.
Hmm.
Let's go, Itami.
Yeah, let's go.
Drake! Drake was there onto the chat. He was asking me to, do the spin of wheels.
Oh, he's
So
here.
Drake,
He's here.
yeah, he's here. Congrats, Drake.
Sorry. Give me your
I
game ID and
really.
server ID.
Damn, bro. You actually won, damn.
Let's
That's
go.
impressive. Hide the kids. Hide the kids, guys. Yep.
कौन है kids यहाँ पे बताओ. Hide करते हैं. Thank you for your game ID and server ID.
Damn, Drake. Congratulations, bro. He actually
आई
won
डोंट नो
them.
यार, मैं अपने स्ट्रीम पे इतना थकती नहीं हूँ, लाइक बेसिकली शायद मैं वहाँ पे बोलती रहती है इसलिए। यहाँ पे बैठी थी ना चुपचाप,
Hmm.
लेजिट मैं सुन सुन
बैठे
के
बैठे so like बैठे बैठे थक गई.
बैठे बैठे थकी नहीं, बैठे बैठे बोर हो जाता है ना इंसान,
Oh.
वो सीन हो गया मेरे साथ।
चलो कौन जीता कौन जीता.
3 more spins left, like this, इसके बाद 2 more।
Lehonox.
Congratulations,
Your screen is not being shared now for some reason. We will be back soon आ रहा है.
अभी
हाँ रुको रुको अभी पता नहीं.
अभी
वो थोड़ा ये है, क्या बोलते हैं, डिले रखा है ना मुझे।
अरे हाँ, वो स्ट्रीम पे तो डिले पापा, ये डिस्कॉर्ड पे
ओह
स्क्रीन
ओके
शेयर हो
ओके
रहा है, वो
ओके.
देखो।
हम्म. हो गया अभी.
पी किसी टेक कॉफी।
Lehonox I guess.
अभी खाना खाओगे मैं स्ट्रीम एंड करके यार, खाना ही नहीं हुआ है। AFK आई गेस।
Probably. ओए पीछे 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 और
Oh my god!
नमाओ.
Give me
How did I get
Lord.
70।
Bro,
जल्दी
Yes.
चैट
chat
में दो।
let's हाँ अरे chat remember one thing, 2 casters have already won. One's got skipped but Peachy is here so she won as well.
Thank you, thank you.
That was unexpected but okay.
अरे स्पिन कौन
Very.
कर रहा है भाई? मैं कर रही हूँ स्पिन, ऑब्वियस। मिलना ही था। बिना मतलब का क्रेडिट ले रहा भाई, कोई मेरे से सीखे।
Bro, this is the first giveaway I'm winning. Damn.
Damn.
Let's go.
डीएम पे दे रही हो या चैट पे दोगी?
DM पे देती हूँ मैं।
ठीक है, दे दो।
Okay, thank you.
जल्दी दो।
अच्छा, किधर करूँ? WhatsApp करूँ या इधर Discord पे?
व्हाट्सएप कर दो।
ठीक है।
चलो ठीक है, पीछे का मैं ऐड कर दूंगी। चलो
Yes.
2 more spins।
Okay guys, next name is Itami. I'm just kidding. मेरा नहीं आएगा, कहाँ पर है? मुझे दिख भी नहीं ना. ओए 9 is about to win. Okay, never mind. ओए another caster.
Oh.
Okay, this is Legends Awaken. Bro, are you there? Hello. अरे इनको हटाओ यार. इनको हटाओ यार, लूट रही. Guys, you know another caster almost won.
Damn.
Caster's curse or what?
ये है क्या?
Legends away. नहीं दिख तो नहीं रहा है।
Legends Awaken is not a caster. I don't think he's present on this.
मुझे
So
भी नहीं
AFK.
दिख रहा है AFK।
चलो फिर से. Zevo almost won, but hey, bro, I'm telling you, casters का लक है आज. लेकिन कोरो जीत गई. कोरो is the
Koro.
Koro sensei, are you there?
Damn.
Legends. Someone wrote Legends Awakened. I agree, bro. Because he's here. Chinta fuck dum dum.
वो तो ठीक है, ये तो बताओ विनर कहाँ है हमारा?
Koro is Koro is there. Koro.
ये गिव मी योर गेम आईडी, सर्वर आईडी। चलो
Zevo almost won, but okay.
अरे
तारीफ हो रही है बोटी से आपके पीछे.
रुका आई आई.
No, Koro is there.
Yeah, he is there. I won. हाँ आप जीते. आईडी दो.
Okay, मिल गया आईडी.
Thank you.
Nah, he already gave his ID. All good.
चलो last spin.
Last spin, guys. चलो देखते हैं अब.
क्या पता इतामी आ जाए.
God knows. उई! गया मेरा नाम. Never mind. Almost आ गया था भाई.
Congratulations.
Glorious. Congratulations. आप है क्या स्ट्रीम पे? मेरा ऑलमोस्ट आ गया था ब्रो.
वही तो. सिर्फ 2 नाम देखो ना यहाँ पे 2 नाम पीछे है सिर्फ. ये देखो
हाँ.
ये 1
अरे
और
मैं
2.
बोल रहा हूँ कास्टर्स
ये रहा.
कर्स.
ये थोड़ा स्लो होता तो आ गया होता.
Then
It's fine. Like viewers also
बेचारे
deserve
जो
man.
लोग इतने घंटे से
हाँ
वेट कर
वही
रहे
तो.
थे. मुझे एक बात
हाँ
बताओ
हाँ.
जो इतने घंटे से वेट कर रहे थे उनका तो आया नहीं. They literally wasted their time. उनको ऐसा फील होता होगा
Glorious
you
is
know.
here. Yeah, Glorious is here.
Yeah, चलो.
Congrats bro.
Give me
You
ID.
won.
Give me your game ID and server ID. Feeling
then
bad for them.
AFK बोल रहे लोग. अरे ग्लोरियस भाई दे दो. आईडी
घंटा
खत्म हो
AFK.
जाएगा.
घंटा का AFK. चलो. Thank you. चलो डन सीन हो गया. गेम हो गया. एंड कट द स्ट्रीम.
ओके. सो बाय बाय तो बोलना पड़ेगा ना.
यस यस बोलो बोलो.
चलो गाइस. सो वी for the
आवाज नहीं
tournament
चली गई
as well.
लगता है.
Oh shit.
अभी आ रही है.
Okay, so we will be taking from the MIC. We will be back with another tournament. So till then, stay tuned. Good night, everybody. Take care.
Okay guys, bye bye. Good night. Streams, take care. Bye casters.
bye.
Bye
Bye.
chat. Good
Take care,
night.
everyone.
Good night guys. Sweet dreams.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Let the